How's everyone doing? All right. Cool. Jimmy up $1 in pre-market, so I guess I'm going good. Yeah, it's up a buck. I think we're gonna get some volume at open. Uh, they're having a little trouble getting liquidity in the pre-market, but arbitrage is already really positive, so it's likely that that volume will be to the downside. My Apple 155s and SPY 395s are happy. Dope. Sweating over GME CCs. How are you? Not sweating over my GME cover calls. Oh, daddy, do I have some exciting stuff, even by your standards? Fucking hit me with it, Carl. Don't just sit there and fucking tease me. Um, Gurk here early. I'm not here that early. How many trick-or-treaters? Zero. I got zero trick-or-treaters. Oh, holy shit, Bithead. Dude, thank you so much, man. You tried to sneak that in there without me noticing? Guys, give Bithead a big shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. Welcome aboard. Bithead. Oh, is that not playing? I got 95 trick-or-treaters last night. That's significantly more than I had to deal with. Is there a play on Cat to the downside? Why? What's your bear case? Is the market gonna drop at some point? Probably. Probably really hard, but not yet. And if you're just gonna go short indices, just short the indices. Please hit the like button. Uh, DMs, DMs, DMs. Okay, Carl. Yeah. Ooh. Um. Upstart MOASS? You can pin all that in the Upstart channel if you want. Ding ding. That's exciting. Holy shit, Fubo's taken off. Does that have anything to do with MMAT position being the best one on my port? No. No, it probably does not. Tootsie Rolls for the win. Gurk, I was in a meeting this morning and I was wondering why we are stonk racing. I don't know if we're stonk racing, or at least I don't know if we are yet. A little bit of a short on GME. Okay. Looks like arbitrage is resolved now. That wasn't very much. I guess the pre-market volume wasn't very high. But did he fell off a cliff? Tesla alive. It's doing okay. Up another 3% today. Have you bumped on Rev RQ Jan 35s? Yeah, but so little. Well, thank you so much, Popcorn Trader, for showing me your secret penis. Jimmy CC safe this week? No idea. Welcome back, Dr. K. You just couldn't stay away from me, could you? So Upstart look especially good starting 11-3. Yeah. Upstart just kind of looks especially good. It's failing so much. I wish we had the reporting period for when they got it off of Reg Show, but I want to know how close they skirted it. Do I want to go like 39.20? God, I really want to wait for this gap to maybe fill. Some of the gap to fill. Is it even going to? There's the shorts. Upstart's same as yesterday. Upstart's up a lot in the pre-market. It's up 7% in the pre-market today. Not a lot of volume being traded, but quite a lot of pressure. Oof. Do we see GME go above 30 today? I don't think so. Your BlackRock overlords not allow you to acknowledge SoFi's killer earnings. I guess we could talk about it. Were their earnings particularly good? Like, I was kind of clear about this when I put it in Pickles Picks. I can afford to buy better banks. So congratulations on SoFi finally making some fucking money. Just hope that they don't spend it on another baseball stadium. I think Carl's low T is over. Can we spell stamina? Oh my god. Really? Did the test results come back positive? That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much, Bithead. Are you gonna get puts on SPX? Probably not. I wouldn't bet on it filling that gap right now. Better buy-in for Upstart in the near future? I don't know. It's got a lot of pressure on it, and that pressure is kind of building. Uh Might be a good opportunity to buy more of these ridiculously far out of the money calls that I've been purchasing. I have to have such weird numbers of them. You tell when the 3950 and 4000 upside positions are dated for. Some of the 3950s are dated for today. But a lot of them coming in for the 4000, not so much. The 4000's kind of like offset, like 1111. But a lot of the like 4100 positioning and 3950 positioning has been coming in for November 18th. What do you think of Wall Street Bets pumping large amounts of GME shares last night? I mean, share buying doesn't really dictate the price on GME, right? It just increases internalization. Would you How would one-time Upstart calls right now buy Jans today or wait until next week between ETF FTDs and OPEX? I would probably wait for next week between ETF FTDs and OPEX. Um, Although it doesn't look like there's a break in Upstart's FTDs. Um, their FTDs are kind of going. Their FTDs are, well, they're not, I don't want to say they're going parabolic, but they're exponentially growing. We do know at some point in the period that is unreported that their FTDs must have dropped, at least to a level for them sufficient enough for them to get it off reg show. Um, we'll see, I guess. JP Morgan put out a statement that the SPY could run 10% a day if the Fed does a 50 BPS hike. Yeah, I saw that. I know. I want to start DCAing into short positions for a market downturn. I'm looking at March or June. 300 Ps. Any thoughts? Thanks, Kirk. You may want to consider getting leverage on a better instrument than SPY. SPX is better. Also, liquidity will be better at those like really far out of the money strikes. Risky. I mean, don't forget that, but I wouldn't, if there's going to be a market crash, you probably don't want to be positioned in an ETF. The SPY sold like 50% short, so I'm not sure that that's a instrument that I'd want exposure to. Wheat, April 21, 10C, enough theta for that strike? Could be. Might not be. Ideally, you'd be trying to capture, you know, you'd just be using those to try to capture like overnight kind of upside moves. I think if you really want exposure to grain price increases, you're probably going to want shares or future contracts. If you're playing options on wheat, you just want enough theta that you can capture a spike in prices. So April 2023s are probably sufficient. Remember that wheat also has kind of negative beta, so if while the market's climbing, it's not the best time to enter a position on it. Been lurking in here for about a year now. Didn't know much about options. Opened GME CCs when we flew over 30, and CSP's down at 22. I'm trying to lower my cost basis. Thanks for teaching us. Yeah, no problem, man. Congratulations. It's awesome. Duck Mac, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade this is
Upstart Jan 23 100s or an IV play? Sure. Grain is being actively shipped out of the Ukraine in large amounts through the Black Sea on the news this morning. Yeah, the real issue is that for the last year with the conflict going on, the war in Ukraine going on, the output is not only drastically reduced due to the shipping issues, but the new harvest, the next harvest is going to be significantly diminished, right? Why so much red on GME? What did you think it was going to moon today? I hate missing the dual entry. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I wish I'd bought more when I had the chance. But what are you gonna do? Hopefully with the market downturn, I'll get another entry opportunity. In the past, you mentioned ETFs and ETNs not good to hold during a crash because they're likely to just be dissolved. They could if ETFs become a contagion during a crash. Yes. And I do believe that the way they are used for liquidity makes them a contagion. Hey, there it is. SPY wouldn't be threatened by this dissolving, so why would they be worse than SPX? Well, SPX wouldn't be threatened at all. Their index options. SPY could be threatened by that. The SPY is sold like 50% short. Dole just doesn't go down. Yeah, I picked like too good of an entry and I wasn't early enough. Sorry. You keep mentioning a market downturn. When do you expect that to start? I don't know. We'll see how long the market can go. I really don't have a time frame necessarily. I think the market will continue to push up. Um, this rally could continue for quite some time, actually, maybe even into like the end of the year. So that's something you should probably be prepared for if you're DCAing into the short side. Although the way risk is mispriced and another 75 BPS increase on the table, um, we could see a collapse uh, in credit in the market within three to 4 weeks, I would say. Zacks Investment Research says Fubo is an attractive price. Looks like somebody is done buying and paying to hype the stock now. Yeah, probably. Which is cool, because I got to pick up more shares. Is there a setting you use for showing the SPX gap? I want the magic box on my chart. Hook it up, please. Yeah, you just go to the chart settings in the top right corner, and then you go to show candles gap, and you have to turn on standard candlesticks. If ETFs go bust during a crash, aren't put holders winning big then? Maybe. Although, if the ETF market failed, like, everyone would just get fucked over, right? Like the nickel squeeze. No, no one gives a shit about the rail strike. You do know that the like army reserves can just step in and run the railroad in the event of like a full-on strike. Although I doubt they ever reach that inflection point, but if they do, yeah, the like National Guard comes in and does it. It's happened before. It's not gonna slow down anything. It'll probably be better. Just tell me what I can invest in. You're not my real dad. Fair enough. That hurt me. Well, I don't know why you'd say such spiteful things, Bithead. Thoughts on Airbnb earnings today? I mean, you could short it if you want to. I'm not gonna. Fubo, the new stable coin? The last time someone said that about a stock, it got delisted. If the Fed does not do 100 BPS, then we go up until maybe 15 or 25 November. Then we go back to 37.20, 36.40 rather fast. I don't necessarily agree with that. Is this a contagion that would cause equity sell-offs you've been talking about? Well, first, it would cause margin calls. Right? It's long vol is being pushed out right now. Not squeezed, but pushed out. The long vol means short equity, right? As a member of the reserves, I can't wait to get deployed to the rail yard. I'm gonna dress like Sir Topham Hatt. That's fucking awesome. Or conductor, you know. If you shoot one of your coworkers, you could be Alec Baldwin. Too soon? No. If the Army Reserves or company management starts to run trains, expect like 10 to 20% efficiency. It will hamper the supply chain immediately. Please explain a collapse in credit margin. I already did. I explained it in the daily. Go read it. Say something shilly, but not too shilly to prove you're not with BlackRock. Why would I want to prove that? Have you been to a BlackRock office? They make you wear your fucking tie all day. It's a nightmare. You think they'd hire someone like me? I mean, yeah, they would. My performance is amazing, but that's not really the point. You playing gap fill to the downside on SPX today? No, because I don't know how much of the gap it's gonna fill. Dole Feb 23 10C at 35. Is that too aggressive, optimistic? I think options on Dole are too optimistic. Unless you're going for like 1025s, and even then, yeah. Or 125, sorry, not 10. 2025s. Hey Gurk, watch the stream every day over the summer as I'm a teacher, but haven't been able to watch since school started. Tested positive for COVID this morning, so I get to hang here all day. Pumped. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't hit you hard. Glad to have you. Welcome back, Bacon Sisters. As a rail car, I can't wait for the reserves to be inside of me. Have you started closing your VIX puts? No? No, I haven't. Are you expecting Jimmy to continue moving down until ETF FTDs, even if the SPY moves up? Probably, yeah. I mean, Jimmy's not looking hot right now. I know everyone's super bullish. I just don't understand why. Like, I get it. We had like a lot of volume yesterday morning, and you know, we climaxed very, very briefly right after market open. But following that, not so great. JFresh has convinced me to full port into Wetzel's Pretzels, which admittedly is not a lot of capital after my failed Revlon YOLO. What? Are you on your next life savings already? FOMO into Dole shares chasing. Yeah, it's kind of chasey. I mean, it could get rejected here, but it's a little fuck, I don't know. I guess 860 isn't a terrible price. You are my real dad. Have a coffee on me and we can reunite over lightsabers at Christmas, okay? Hugs. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, dude. I'm more than happy to cross swords with you at any time. So if I'm paying attention, the future global currency will be uranium and bananas. Um well, you know, bananas are also radioactive. So it could be that the future of global currency is in fact banana reactors. Expecting more chop in yesterday's tight range, but gravitating to 39.50. Probably, although with all the positioning at 39.50 today, there's a good chance that this just sees 39.50. There's quite a lot of gamma at 39.50 right now. We'll see how far it drops. I'm trying to be really patient with my entries on it. And I'll probably give myself a little bit of time. We're talking about FOMOing life savings? Well, I thought you were. Upstart sympathy run with SoFi? Probably not. The Pickles picks I don't play take off. Which Pickles pick didn't take off? And a fucking Oxy killed it yesterday. Netflix dropped like a rock after open. Um Apple's doing okay. Hasn't rallied yet, but it has plenty of time. What does force QE mean in your daily? If the reserve has to step in and start buying treasuries in order to create a liquid market, it's a form it would be effectively quantitative easing. So as you mentioned earlier, that during a market crisis, even the index ETF like SPY, QQQ, or DIA can get liquidated, and therefore it cannot sell or buy its options or shares. So if preparing puts earlier, it would be best to buy SPX. The only thing is it costs 10 times more. Or diversify enough that you're in enough like instruments across ETFs that maybe they don't all shit the bed. There's just some risk with it, right? And I really don't like ETFs. I think they're a huge market contagion. I could be being paranoid. There's a bit of tinfoil hat there, but I think a lot of the liquidity in the market is generated through ETFs, and um, if you're in a liquidity and credit crisis, think of ETFs. Think of it like this. I kind of tried to explain this to some people the other day. If you think of an ETF as like a reactor core, right? And ETFs are constantly generating liquidity. Cash is the coolant. So the circulation of cash through the ETF is what allows it to affect its liquidity generation. If there's no cash flowing through an ETF, it starts to become, well, it starts to produce less liquidity, right? Which means that as it becomes less liquid, the pressure on it increases, which increases its temperature, and it melts down. Like Chernobyl. Yeah, I'm sticking with that analogy. That's a new FT data. Looking spicy for end of week. Basket run incoming. Some of it looks good. The IWM shit's kind of hard to say. So like Fubo, BBBY, AMC fails, like those are, who the fuck knows where those are going to be focused in IWM. uh Upstart and GME look okay. GME's got like one kind of high day for ETF FTDs. Upstart has just constant ETF and equity failures. Is QE the power steering fluid? I mean, QE increases the amount of coolant flowing in. Is it ETFs in total, or is it State Street and their habitual mismanagement of their ETFs? It's all of them. It's not just State Street. But State Street is probably worse. Remember, if State Street collapses, then the liquidity pressures will fall to like Vanguard and BlackRock, like iShares and Vanguard ETFs, right? And then that can collapse those. And if there's a failure, it's a huge contagion. Dude, too soon on the Chernobyl analogies. The market's been at 3.6 rotogen since the Greenspan era. 12/16/30 on Upstart and F theta. It's enough theta for November OPEX. When do you think the Fed will change the RRP yield to make institutions go out into the market and buy equities so the market doesn't crash? When we hit deflation, in order to prevent stagflation, or the deflationary effects start to hit the market and they start pulling back quantitative tightening and pulling back the interest rate increases. They will probably start to lower on RRP and try to force banks out into the market. Why is institutional risk priced wrong by derivatives? Are they just running around yelling la 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 la, I can't hear you? Or milking it until it breaks? It would appear that market makers do not trust the liquidity of bonds. Holding on to my December 30s, not excited about how this run started on a random pre-market, but let's see how it plays out. Fair, I mean, you've got plenty of theta, so doesn't seem like you have anything to be worried about. No shorter term Upstart calls for you? Everything I have's out in January now. One second. I just gotta... Do you think the alleged Apple factory COVID walk-off in China is significant? It's just a rumor, right? It's like unsubstantiated. Jobs and manufacturing PMI both missed. I think that was kind of expected there, right? Jobs missing is bullish. Oh, that's not bullish. Job openings grew. Well, no, that is good. Yeah, this is good. The jobs data is good. PMI a little elevated, not fucking much. Manufacturing new orders. Prices are down though. Prices are way down for manufacturing. I don't think this is that bad. So manufacturing employment is up. That's not good. Yeah, job quits could have been better, but job openings is a good sign. More job openings means there's, like the labor participation slumping a little bit. That doesn't seem that bad. Say the market rallies to 39.50. Does this drag Jimmy up with it, or is Jimmy stuck under 30 until OPEX? I mean, the negative delta, the upside on Jimmy only grew yesterday. It didn't weaken, right? So we didn't actually get any capitulation. They simply held on, which is, part of the reason that our downside was probably so quickly realized. I'm sure they'll add to that position over the course of this week. If they need to, they'll continue to try to skew the hedge against us. And then, obviously, uh, they can always internalize upside market pressure. So it depends on how rapidly the price of the SPY increases, how much active fund volume comes in at once. If SPY kind of walks up slowly, yeah, they can absolutely prevent the upside on GME. But if the SPY just rockets on a shitload of volume, that's a whole nother story. Fed announcement is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Lower prices in manufacturing suggest core inflation lowering. Yep. What do you think about MMAT options out to Jan or even Jan 2024? Oh, I think metamaterials is a pile of shit. Raw material prices have finally started to come down, and I'm finally seeing pricing pushback from my customers. Earlier this year, no one cared about price, just lead times. Okay, that's good information. If the market starts to crash, the commodities are going to heat up quick, right? More job openings means lower unemployment. Not bullish for a pivot. More openings doesn't mean lower unemployment. It means higher unemployment. Well, it doesn't mean higher unemployment or lower unemployment, actually. It just simply means that there's less labor participation. You said the strategy behind your upstart strikes and each strike is meant to capture. I have upstart calls from $30 all the way to like 500. They're meant to capture big moves to the upside. We're expecting all this red on the screen. Yeah? I don't see why not. And the market just filled its gap to the downside. We'll see how much it continues to drive down. I think there's pretty stable support for SPX. 3880, 3865. Maybe like 3850. We could fall a little lower. I think we're still going to stay in that same channel, though, for the most part. Yeah. So say if the market crashes, cat will crash too. Of course, it's very, very heavily weighted in indices, but will bounce back right after. I don't think it's going to bounce back to the same levels right after a market crash. But it'll get very cheap and it produces very consistent revenues. So they will probably bounce back relatively fast. Why won't Jimmy go below yesterday's closing price? What's keeping it at this level? Since it should be diving hard. Well, the hedge is flipped now. So the market maker is buying the as the as selling occurs, the market maker is buying. So as the price drops, the market maker is buying, which stabilizes the downside, but it also makes it harder to move up and lowers volatility, right? Because the market maker is selling into the upside. I think I explained that yesterday. Is the market going to stagnate some until the FOMC meeting tomorrow? Probably, yeah. I don't imagine that the market's going to do anything super crazy until then. God, I wish I bought those SPX puts now. Downside gaps aren't like a guaranteed fill. See, I wonder if we slipped to 3,800. We could. Oh, I don't want to put money on that, though. Growing jobs openings and increased jobless claims reporting on the 3rd could be pretty bullish. Could be. We'll see what happens. Planning on straddling for tomorrow again? I'll probably straddle, like, the meeting itself. First time I didn't get burned on FOMO for GME. Partly that's because I had CCs out and didn't really have any capital to spend on calls, but still a win? Seems like you did okay. GME Gamma Max. Oh yeah. Give me a second. Thanks for reminding me. Or Jimmy put safe. So IV's elevated and I don't think the price is gonna drop very fast. Not right now. They kind of suck. If I'm gonna be honest with you, they're just kind of shitty. If you bought them at the peak yesterday, you spent a lot on them, but the returns were okay. But not as good as if IV wasn't so ridiculous. Like selling calls at the top of yesterday's run would have been far more profitable than buying puts. Are you gonna wait till after the meeting to enter any further upside position? Probably. I have a lot of long exposure already. What IV are you using on the Upstart 500C? The option strat chart is a tent pitching mecca. What do you mean, what IV am I using on it? Fubo is dead. Long live Fubo. Fubo looks so good too. It's still just gonna keep chopping below $4. Looking through the fails data, so many of the stocks have large spike of fails 9 through 20 on 920. Any thoughts on why that is? It's OPEX. FTDs move cyclically. They move from highs to lows. Generally inverse price action. What do you expect in the short term? I don't think the Fed. I think the probability of the Fed coming out with a high rate increase and being hawkish is fairly slim, but I think even if that happens, we'll still see some upside in the indices. I think more than likely, if their stance remains neutral and they move up 75 BPS, which is kind of what I expect to happen, I think we just continue up. Like there's no break in expectations there, right? I think the market just doesn't want to be shocked right now. If they pull back um down to 50 BPS, the market's gonna fucking rocket. Just like that, Genie is back to 2 to 3 million volume days. I said they just got liquidity. What do you expect for Fubo earnings? I mean, they already announced preliminarily what their earnings were so far for this quarter. I don't expect to be surprised much, but we could be, I guess. If there's if the price goes down, which I hope it does, I'll buy more. That's a good entry point for upstart shares. 20 is really nice. My cost basis is around 23 on my shares. Biggest downside resistance for Apple right now? Probably 150. Yeah, like 150.50. Below that, 146.80. Apple continues to look very, very bullish. We're in a bit of a lull, but I think it's gonna continue up. Just give yourself theta. Apple's not the quickest mover. All of the articles talking about 50 BPS is making me think that's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen either. I think there's a very, very slim chance that they move forward with a 50 BPS hike. The IV defaults on Upstart 500 Cs to 210%, but if I amp it up to 300% for research purposes, sure. My calls look like they would hit tens of thousands of percent increase. Sure, yeah, that's... Does Jamie's liquidity grab set a good precedent for November OPEX? Yes. As long as it follows similar liquidity grabs on GME in the past, like November 3rd and January 6th. Actually, May 11th also, I believe. So as long as it follows the pattern of those, then yeah, it's very nice for OPEX. Especially if they use up all that liquidity before OPEX. I'm sure price target if it really gets going. I don't know, man. It's looking very squeezy. You know what I would love to see on Upstart? I would love to see Upstart go back on Reg Show. If Upstart goes back on Reg Show, I'm probably gonna get even more bullish on it than I already am. To quote an analyst on the news a while back, they need to put down the hopium pipe. Yeah. Would you recommend a straddle or a strangle? Straddles are probably a little better because I don't think like a 75 BPS hike with a neutral stance is going to lead to like insane price action. Um, if they announce anything outside of that, and I would say that that's probably about an 80% chance. But if they announce anything outside of that, then there's a possibility that you could target, oh, I guess there's like about a 20% chance that a strangle's better. Do you see 3850 happening before ups? Maybe? I don't know. We seem to have found support at 38, like the 3860 level again. Tesla dead? No? Tesla will probably run with OPEX. It's have like the volatility shorts on Tesla are pretty heavy. It just doesn't run as hard now because of the split. What are your thoughts on AMD earnings? They also announced a preliminary earnings report. Not great. They lowered their, forward guidance, but their year over year is amazing. I mean, it's still 29% growth year over year. They could be good. I'm going to sell some out of the money cover calls going into AMD earnings. If I get assigned, I think I'm okay with it. They would, well, if they do 0.5 now to stay on track with the Fed's current guidance, they would have to do 1 in December. But there's no way that a 0.5 hike comes in without, significant shift to dovishness on the Fed's part. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think their target is still hitting that aggressive rate. I don't think I've been wrong about the Fed this year. So you have to remember that they cannot let inflation slip, right? They need to stay aggressive. The emphasis is, and the better the market does, the more room they have to be more aggressive. Also, the more reason they have to be more aggressive. Their Pickles picks are for November 18. Oh, they were for November and December, weren't they? Of November 18, 165s. December 16, 175s. But the target price for those calls is not 165. I put that in there. Why isn't job openings expected to increase? I think it is. I don't think job openings being higher had a negative effect here. A lot of puts bought for the gap fill. Those gonna close if support confirmed. Yeah, probably. If they're not already closing. I think we've already seen a significant chunk of them close off. Can you say Jenna is bad for Mike's wallet? She just started listening to you at work. Thanks. No problem, Mike. In regards to SPXL and XPSS, and it being meant to be traded on a daily basis, does that apply to options too? That's not meant to be traded on a daily basis. It's easier to trade on the daily because you're not exposing yourself to the decay. But you can swing positions on it. It's not meant to be a buy and hold. Upstart is gonna hit $26 before end of year. Mark my words. Spy back to 390 fast. We'll see. It's starting to build up a little support. Do you think Cat can keep this level for another 2 weeks? I think it'll probably climb if the markets climb. Good entry on UVXY. No, UVXY is super risky. It's massively overshort and it's kind of detached from the VIX. You get some fingerless biking gloves? I think they would make you a faster trader. Huh. I like where your head's at. Do you know what percentage was traded off exchange yesterday for GMA? DPI was at about 60. Or yeah, DPI was about 60. You get the SE gesture with the headrests instead. SE gesture. Is that like big enough? Why not the leap? Isn't the leap like better? Thank you, Meatball Sub. Pretty insane that $500 million of GME was traded yesterday. Yeah, it's nuts. Do you see a market downturn before or after November OPEC settlement? Probably after. But it's hard to say. So the top of this is kind of unpredictable. But if we do see like mass margin calls go out, right, and primes are taking risk out of the market, as soon as they're done, pulling their risk off the table, they're gonna start selling equities really, really fast. So the turnaround could be really violent, and very rapid, and come at kind of any time. So over the next few weeks, I'm going to continue to play the long side, but I'm going to be positioning for the downside, with some decent theta, I think. Gesture's newer. Oh, okay. Is it big enough? I'm kind of a big dude, so I haven't tried the leap either. I had one a long time ago, but it was like an old model. Market expects 75 BPS raise. If we get 75, it's expected to be bullish. But what if we get a sell the news day? Oh, a what? There's no downside positioning on the SPX. There's nothing to leverage the price into. Nobody's like trading equities in the market right now. Everything is just hedges against held positions, right? Hander pants are the ultimate fingerless gloves and trader's choice. You'd look stunning in a pair of high performance hander pants. You'd trade better too. I mean, I kind of really want to buy these now. It's safe to sell $27 November 4 GME covered calls. But no, of course not. Why in what world would you think that selling an in the money covered call would be safe? I trade with a Nintendo Power Glove, but that's why I buy puts instead of calls sometimes. Fair. I'm 6'9", 265. How big are you? 6'3", 269? 268? It's pretty wide, and the armrest can swing out. Oh, okay. I think I'm like it's like 268. Well, 268 point like 0.7 or something. Kind of fat. I think you're only 6'2". Okay. We prefer the term well marbled. Draw some lines on the SPX, please. Why? You already know what I'm going to draw. Why do you need the visualization of the line to see what's there? This looks kind of good. Ooh. I got filled at that price. Oh shit, that's a 0 DTE. That's not what I wanted. Oh well. One of us. I'm 5'2", 380. Oh, so your penis isn't small, Hazy. You just can't find it. What don't you like about your Secret Labs chair? It's a piece of shit. From the build quality to the support, the seat padding, the materials, it's all fucking garbage. Overpriced trash. Even if they sponsored me, they couldn't pay me enough money to fucking sit in another one of their chairs. If you want to come for your seat, then I'll sit in the Secret Labs chair and you can just sit on me. I have great lumbar support. That sounds like a fantastic idea, actually. Same like pressed duck. Can you please call out Trash Dan as being the best Trash Dan that we have ever met and the best Trash Dan in the entire chat? Hugs for you and Trash Dan forever. Yes, Trash Dan is by far the best piece of trash I've ever known. The IKEA base chair is pretty good and less than $100. I had one of those. It didn't last very long. Like the quality of them doesn't last. Like There's the Staples chair that I used to have was really good too, but like they just don't stay that way for long, especially when you spend as much time in them as I do. So like the commercial grade ones are better. DFE sits in a Secret Labs chair in all of his videos. Yeah, but now he has money. How do we get indication that big money is pulling risk off the table if the market starts rocketing upwards? Don't they measure centaur height in hands? I don't like the Arians. I used to have one. I'm just not a big fan of them. I spend a lot of time sitting at my computer, but not like actively working. And the posture that an Arian kind of like pushes for is more for like a hunched over your desk, like a coder or something would probably like an Arian because they're constantly working on their keyboard. Any expectations for volatility around FUBO earnings? I know their pre-release was positive, but debating closing CSPs. I mean, do you want to get assigned on the CSPs? Ew. There's going to be another opportunity here for me to pick up another call. Where? Is it? Ooh. That's rough. Okay, sorry. Did you enter December Apple calls yesterday? Yeah, I did. I entered them yesterday. I think Jimmy will get close enough to 27 by Friday that I probably won't be assigned on the shares, and I will be able to buy them back for a slight profit after the theta and volatility have fallen off. As a man of faith, I don't believe in theta, but my portfolio indicates that it may exist. Thoughts? Hey, buckled up, Jen. I wasn't bullish for today. Why is everything dropping so hard? Not a lot of support to the downside for SPX. No long positions built up and lots of delta neutral positioning going into the Fed meeting tomorrow. Like there's no long positioning built up in this range. All of the long positioning built up is out of the money, right? Do you have trouble finding gloves to fit your ham fists? For me, it's not the fingers, it's the palm thickness. I don't really ever wear gloves. So no. What do you see as a timeline for Fubo repricing? Probably after earnings or into November OPEX. That's when most of the put position on it kind of falls off. Do you ever use a protective collar? No. Hmm. What's a protective collar? Are those the ones with the outward facing spikes? So that other dogs don't go for the throat? Yes. Buying any short-dated high delta GME calls for upcoming GME ETF FTDs? No, I'll probably just use the ETF FTDs to sell more. I'll probably use the ETF FTDs to sell more CCs. I really don't think I'm going to try to play the upside of it. There's just not that many of them, and they all kind of spike on one day. Most of the realization of it could be completed by like, 9:35 in the morning. So what's the point? Maybe if I'll buy some calls like the day before, but I'm not going to keep them for very long. What SPX doing? Hopefully finding support. Jamie Dimon, where's one of those? A lot of Jimmy calls trading at bid or below. Yeah. Yeah. Jimmy's price is dropping. How do I cancel this thing? What will I hold longer? Jimmy or this sub? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Thank you so much, Vorname. I appreciate it, man. Toronto stock market halted due to tech issues before the SPX dump. Interesting. It sounds like all the market participants have figured out what's happened now, and they're gonna roar back bullish as ever. FOMC meeting started at 10:30. Yeah, but it's closed door. What is a protective collar? You sell a covered call and buy a put. It's when you expect the stock to go up a little, right? But you think it could also drop really hard. Duel is red. You guys dumping SPY to pick up calls for tomorrow? I think it was just long positions closing. I think there was too much stability here and not enough upside, and then long capitulation, and then and then more long capitulation here. This is a pretty good range for us to stabilize, at least over the last couple trading sessions. So we'll see if we fucking find support here or not. This is probably a tiny bit off. Hold on. No, I had it at the right spot. You buying SPX calls? I have a few. They're very unfortunately 0 DTE, which is not what I wanted, but what are you gonna do? You guys jumping SPY. A little bit. Oh, there's the stop. Did you make retirement money in the 2020 COVID crash? Um, Depends on how you want to retire. Mother fucking goddamn piece of shit. I'm gonna wait. Protective colors seem like me accidentally messing up my options order? Possibly. Even paper trading, I feel violated by the SPX. Just a couple of weeks of paper profits on fire. Sell CC and buy a put. Seems like doubling down when you expect the price to drop. No? Upstart 8K. Ooh. In the middle of the trading day? Just like that? What is it? Given the challenging economy and reduction in the volume of loans on our platform, on November 1st, 2022, we notified approximately 140 hourly employees who help process loan applications that their positions had been eliminated. Doesn't seem like something that needs an 8K. Bullish, yeah. It's 140 less salaries they have to pay. Upstart delisting? No. The AI determined those positions were not required. I mean, that's good, right? They're staying efficient. Did Elon also buy Upstart? No. Looks like Spy and Apple have found a floor. I think you might be speaking too soon. Remember, users lose drugs. Only users lose drugs. Thank you, Nostradamus. Upstart AI has become self-aware. I saw a movie where this happens, ends badly for the AI. Upstart monitoring the bottom line and prepping for downturn, running a tight ship, bullish, but in the age of unprofitable tech, will probably tank. I just want the shorts to have to cover a little bit. Are there any movies where the robots win? No. Feeling a lot better about getting stopped out of my SPX though. If I held an AK so the stock would dump and insiders could buy, possibly. Or they could buy. Don't forget that they have a share buyback on the table. Couple 100 million, I think. They're a failing company. I don't care. Does SPX follow more extended hours, TA? I mean, no. SPX doesn't technically have extended hours. I mean, you can trade it in after hours, but they technically don't exist. Like you're trading a derivative product of the derivative. TSX is down. Only Canadians would ever think that their stock market being down affects the global economy in any way. If you walk through the steps Rev would go through if a buyout occurred, it applies to a bag holder. Well, an offer would be made. And then if the offer was accepted, a buyout price would be determined somewhere in that offer. Then the price would likely rise near the buyout price with some room for arbitrage in case it were to fail. Ooh, sorry, guys. When Fubo put wall expire? A lot of it expires on the 18th. It's a 2-year buy and holds, right? So who gives a fuck when the put wall expires? At some point, they could just roll it forward too. They could just keep it at $3 for another year if they want to. That's why you just buy and hold. How come SPX drops hard, but VIX only rises like 0.5 points? Because the VIX is cooling. The trend of volatility in the market is down. Are you exposed for GME OPEX? No. Are you looking to enter during shorting after ETF FTDs? Probably. Looking at December 16 to stay away from too much theta decay. Yes, I will be. I prefer my strategy of buy high, sell low. I mean, at least on Fubo, you're really not buying very high and you're not selling that much lower. So that's good. Can you run over to the NYSE and tell the folks on the floor to buy the stock? Thanks. More downs on SPX today. I don't know. We'll find support eventually. You plan to hold your GMECCs for the November 4th to expiry? Probably, yeah. You think someone wants my shares? If they want them, they can have them. They're there. They're there for the taking. Oh. I just saw I had two HD 275 Gen calls I had forgotten about. What a nice surprise. Congratulations. Obviously, when SPY gaps up to 390, it's time to buy puts. No? No, probably not. It'll probably move higher. Big institutions are already starting to, like, pretty heavily leverage the upside on SPX. Should I keep holding my VIX long positions? Why are you long on the VIX in a rising market? Like, the hedge? You're supposed to sell the hedge when the VIX spikes. That's how you pay to rehedge. Have you considered LNG for exposure to natural gas? I looked at it a little bit. I like my current choice of BP. Why leverage the upside on SPX then dump the next day? They can leverage more. And most of what dumped was outside of the range of those bigger positions, right? Like most of the big positions that have come in are at like 4,000 and 4,100 and 3,950. And these are all kind of farther dated. These are a little closer. But these are further out. These are on like the 18th. Some of these are even further out than that on the 16th. Um, they just don't care about the near term price action. They're probably leveraging into these on the lows anyway. Bought SoFi puts. The bull case I've been hearing the past few months is pretty bullshit. Seems like for whatever reason it's getting a lot of media hype. It's already pump and dumped a couple times. I mean, I feel like they're gonna do fine with interest rates rising. They are a bank, you know, they're a lender. Lenders tend to do better when interest rates go up. Do you think we see SPX 3500 by Jan if we see 4,000 around November? Trying to time a market crash, you really want to make sure you have a lot of theta. You don't want theta eating into your position very much. You really want to be careful with that. SPX 3900 for 11.4, not a bad play right now. That seems like a terrible fucking play. Especially going into the Fed meeting tomorrow. My Yahoo Finance shows Upstart earnings in 7 days. They released an 8K today. Just check their investor relations page. Look at the chart. It seems possible to retest those levels relatively quickly. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to wait till it finds support and a bottom and starts to recover? Or at least confirm it a little bit. There's really no like call side support down in this range yet. So if long support is building down here, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. Like it's gonna take time. A lot of theta means at least 3 to 6 months out. Ideally, yeah. Do you think adding strikes to GME this AM to 65 is a bit strange? Not really. One of the SoFi bull cases, they're banking on students refinancing through them when interest rates are higher? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Student loan forgiveness, new refinancing for Fed loans. Oh, I don't know. I don't really care about SoFi. I don't own it. They have outstanding loans. They're a bank. Interest rates are up. They'll make more money. Oh, okay. Sorry if you went over this, but Upstart also have an ETF FTD covering going on starting November 3rd. It doesn't have a lot of ETF FTDs during that period. What it does have is a lot of fails on the underlying stock directly. Most of its ETF FTD fails were done by yesterday, like the big chunk of them. They're not in like XRT, so they don't have any like ETF that they can manipulate super hard. Hey Girk, what's up, man? I'm in meetings all day. Can't check the stream. Just wanted to say, trash Dan for mod. Also, love you, Dad. You're the best. Thanks, JPass Financial Advisor. What sort of layoffs mean bad earnings coming up? Good. Yeah. Is there a way November OPEC settlement can be pushed out with Thanksgiving being on Thursday that same week? I wouldn't expect that to be the case, but figured it's a question worth asking. It would be pushed forward, not out. The other way around because of where the holiday falls during the week. The holiday falls after settlement, not before. Kind of thinking about picking up 1118 4000 Cs right now. It's pretty fucking low. I'm not considering that. How much are they? November 18th, so greedy. Yeah, they're not bad. 3,400. IV declines though. Ah. Hmm. Jimmy has entered the fourth dimension. It's just being shorted. Lots of articles about a guy claiming Upstart down to 17 after earnings. Is that even possible? Sure. I could see their earnings being shorted really hard. They're very short on Upstart right now, right? So it kind of makes sense that they'd try to short earnings. I expect them to. I'm gonna use it to sell some CSPs if I can. You think it's a good time to buy the call side of the straddle? I'm thinking SPY 390 calls, 380 puts. That's not a straddle, that's a strangle. I expect a lot of volatility either way. Uh that's not only is that not a straddle, it's like an out of like way out of the money strangle. How do you think a buyout in Rev would play out? Like a buyout on anything else, they make an offer, right? And then if they accept the offer, then the price of the stock moves up to the buyout price. When is the Fed supposed to announce their rate hike? Sorry, I'm an idiot. And tomorrow. I've also been busy with many semi-important meetings. I understand. SPX call is too chasey right now. No? It's done nothing but drop all day. How would they be chasey? It's starting to look good for a recovery. Let's see if it finds this higher high. Or, well, sets a low, higher low, actually. I squeezed the shit off when you said long capitulation earlier. Best shit of my life. Congratulations, Carl. JFresh is not a friend. JFresh no hugs. JFresh is not friend. JFresh Catbull scared. Why is he scared? He doesn't have any exposure to anything. Girk, we're all business professionals here. Do you find this concerning? What, that everyone's business professionals? I think it speaks volumes about our labor market, but No? Repositioning completed. SPX ripped to 39.50. Hold on. We've got to set another support level here, I think. Maybe we don't. Oh, we do. Uh, go. Oh, fucking come on. There we go. Son of a bitch. So extreme on the fucking stop loss hunting. Jesus Christ. What do you think about putting money into Fidelity index funds and a Roth IRA? I mean, I guess you could if you want to. No, I don't have pink eye. It's disgusting. Just stealing. I didn't have a stop set, fortunately. Well, or unfortunately. We'll find out here in a minute. SPX is such a terrible fucking day trade right now, but I'd rather trade it than the SPY. Would you like to get pink eye? No thanks. Wouldn't Pi-Fi Financial Services with Choose Your Own Brine? SPX past 2 days has been awful. Huge spreads, bad fills, stop loss hunts. Yeah. I mean, it's awful unless you hit a runner. Because when it runs so fucking hard. Do you have a royalty sin in your port? Royalty exchange has all sorts of music so you can own rights to. I can check weekly at auctions. Some decent money to be made from streams, performances, etc. No? No, I don't. Hmm. All right. Who's getting timed out? Have you looked at EFSH? Your thoughts? No, I have not. $18.47 holdings. Miscellaneous commercial services. It looks like a super volatile penny stock. What's the bull case there? Did it just go up today? Am I so bullish? I'm not. I'm not very bullish at all. I'm bullish for the short term because of macro conditions, but I'm not particularly bullish about today. Most of the positioning is delta neutral, but I expect that we will see a put side sell off and maybe move up a few bucks. I wouldn't say I'm overly bullish. You're still bullish on Revlon. Well, there's not a lot there to be bearish on. If you had GME expiring Friday 28 through 31, would you try to buy them back before the FOMC minutes? Probably not. You could. I mean, if they slip out of the money and you're worried. Sounds like you're out of the money on some of those already, so you're profitable, right? Are you bullish for Fubo earnings? I think their earnings are going to be good. I think the puts on Fubo fall off next week. I'm not playing their earnings. I expect their earnings will probably be shorted, regardless of how good they are. Are 45cc's friend? I sold 40s yesterday. I didn't sell any 45s, but I mean, you're probably not going to get assigned on 45s anytime soon. It kind of looks like you have pink eye, no BS. I don't. I don't have pink eye at all. So I assume you're looking for a decent CC entry before earnings on Fubo. No, I have no reason to sell covered calls on Fubo. They're worth nothing. I don't care about making a nickel per 100 shares. It's not worth it. I don't need $5 that bad. The little kids run through your building knocking on the doors on Halloween, or is that a suburbs thing? That's definitely a suburbs thing. Cash on RRP is receiving an overnight yield. But yeah, near term bonds yields are significantly higher than uh, more vintage bonds that were bought in the past, right? And so, like, you have a situation where the yield on a newer, like, 5 year note is outperforming like a 5 year old 10 year note, right? And that makes it very hard to get rid of the 5 year old 10 year note. And that's what drives the illiquidity. That and quantitative tightening is designed to mechanically reduce liquidity in the treasury market. How does Halloween trick-or-treating work in New York City? Well, you don't see a lot of it anymore with COVID and stuff, but when I was a kid, everyone, you would just like go out and like all the businesses and like restaurants and delis would have like candy that they were giving out to kids. And like usually you like go into like a shop or a deli or something, and they'd just be like grab a candy bar and get the fuck out of here kind of thing. um it was dope, actually. Now there's not as many children in New York City as there used to be, or at least my neighborhood doesn't have a lot of kids. So that's part of it, but yeah, people really don't have their kids running all over the city because of COVID. So I think rates are up right now, so everyone's kind of being a little more cautious. Can you tell from watching tick by tick price news on SPX? It's just random when it'll gap up or down 50 cents in seconds. It's not really random. I mean, I would say that SPX follows TA pretty well, or at least like intraday TA pretty well. I should probably set a stop on this. Nope, I don't want to buy more. Set a stop. Uh, let's see how much it climbs. I feel like I'm gonna get hunted out here, which kind of sucks. But I really don't want to move my stop down more. We'll see. I guess I can move it down a little bit. Oh, fuck you. Did I dodge it? Just drag the candle up. I wish it was that easy. Fuck. Ah. Hate the SPX today so much. Whatever. 8%. All of that for 8%. Some shit. At least fail the 30 EMA, make me feel good about it. Better that than negative, I suppose. I'm always buying the wrong dip. I mean, I started buying here. That's really thick. Hold on. So I bought like one contract here, then I bought another 2 contracts here, and then I bought a 4th contract there, and then I got fucking stopped out here, and now it's gonna bounce. Can you explain the thought process on your SPY entry? Just remember to like scale in if you're trying to time a bottom. Don't just buy all your contracts at once, especially if you're fucking playing with 0 DTEs. I remember like 15 years ago as being a prudent investor by locking 40K up in 2 years CD, earning 5%. How we grow. Well, when you say things like that, it makes me feel way less badly about my 8% in 45 minutes. When are you going to learn that diamond handing SPX options is the only way to feel alive? Probably never. Uh oh. Oh, that was a really good fill. When do you expect Upstart ups? Probably OPEX. We might get a little during the ETF FTD period, but I don't think it's gonna be anything crazy. More of this like pre-market rise into midday drop. Are my 20 snap 11, 18, 15C gonna print? Ew. No? I don't think so. Snap has been getting volatility shorted a lot, so maybe it'll have an OPEX? I don't know. It kind of did last time. It wasn't crazy, but it moved up a bit. I think it moved up to like hit like $16 or something. Was it August? Oh, no, September. It's it's moving a lot during the ETF FTD periods. So that might be an okay opportunity. Yeah. And it ran with the basket on August 16th, which is kind of interesting. But it moved up pretty hard for September ETF FTDs and October. So yeah, it might be like an ETF FTD play. Oh, you piece of shit. Big stop loss hunt again, right? And they're really keeping longs from building up any positions. At least any short dated positions. How did that fucking gap not fill? Oh, there we go. Fear rules the market. Yeah. Just blow out all the long stops every fucking like 15 minutes. I keep dropping my SPX put sell price in order to pull the market down. You son of a bitch. I know I got jokes, but for real, SPX kind of feels like it wants to pop back up. I think so. I think we're getting more long positioning at 38.50. Um, but it keeps getting blown out, right? Like they keep like every time it builds up like a decent amount of long positioning, it it gets shorted through all the stops, right? On the trend. So they're really trying to scare the call buyers out of the market, at least on the intraday. So far it's kind of working. $20 upstart CSPs are so great. They're pretty awesome. This hopefully this big dump leads to some put sell-offs. It looks like it's starting to. Slowly building upstart Jan position. 50s, 45, 40s. Thinking of buying a few at the money around November 17th, 20th for OPEX. Where do you see the low over the next few weeks? Do we expect FTD run next week? We might have a little bit of price movement for the ETF FTDs, but Upstart has pretty high FTDs every day. So you can probably expect pre-market price action and price action on Upstart into the end of the day as CNS closes over the next over the rest of this week and next week actually. And then yeah, I think OPEX is probably the best time to leverage nearer the money. Or that's what I'll be doing too. Do you think Upstart could drop to 20? It might. Yeah, there might be another opportunity to get in around 20. Do you think Cohen buys again? Why would that matter? Should drop the Upstart stuff in general chat for the poors. It's pinned in the Vupstart Billionaires channel only. Yeah, that's fine. Just put it, yeah, just throw it in general or whatever. I do GME on screen. Oh. Sorry, I forgot to switch it back. A lot of us here because GME, where's the chart? It's right fucking there, man. Jimmy's at $28.12. Do you think the market rips tomorrow? Maybe. I very well could. T plus 3 or T6 before the 35C plus 3. Carl's chart is throwing me off. It's T6. T6 plus 35C plus 3. Or it should be. Well, it's T3 till the fail's reported, but it's T6 till it's realized. That makes sense? ETFs actually have a lot of flexibility there too. They don't have to report trades to the NSCC when they happen. So 635.3, yeah, for the FTD covering date, right? Because that's the maximum amount of time they can get to cash settle. So from the fail, 635.3. From when it's reported. Don't try to track the fail before it's reported. It's pointless because ETF managers don't have to report the trade to the SEC. Or NSCC, sorry. Hey Greg, I just topped out of a meeting. Do you think TWA shares will jump tomorrow? No? Why? Come on, Bulls. Ugh. We're kind of like on resistance here. It depends. If the bulls could push here, I don't think the shorts are very strong. But if too many of them take profits, right, then it's gonna fucking they're gonna try to stop loss hunt again down to the gap. I think I'm gonna load 11, 15, 35 C and take advantage of this DN. Wait, what? They just can't get it. Like the bulls can't get a foothold. It's not like they're not there. They keep getting stopped out. 11, 15 is what? I have no idea what he's talking about. I assume he's talking about GME, like $35 calls. It's okay. The bulls are kind of fighting here at the EMA 30. It's good. If we get some more long side accumulation at like the 38.50, we'll move up hard. Sorry, I'm at 11.18.35 for GME, and take advantage of the 15% range right now of the delta neutral. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think that's a great idea. I don't think GME's going anywhere near $35 before 11.18. Maybe it'll come close, but Jimmy Brown bottom breakout forming. I need a song. Oh. Is call interest picking up? Because people like that guy are buying $35 calls for 11.18. $11.18 doesn't even capture OPEC settlement. I know. But they're cheap. Retail generally doesn't buy calls with that thought process in mind. So why is to reposition for Upstart before or after their earnings announcement? Up to you. Last month after ETF FTDs went down to 20 from 26. Yeah. So take that into consideration. Although ETF FTDs are smaller this time around. They may not need the ETF liquidity. EMA 60 is a brick wall. Where's the Kool-Aid man when you need him? Fucking seriously. I don't know. I think we've got some long side support here. I think maybe we pull back to the 30 one more time, but we might not. We're going for it. Not all the way, but a little bit. This is good. Move up, consolidate if we get a move up out of it. Hey Gurk, should I start buying the wrong contracts at the wrong time so that you will talk to me? Or should I keep making money? Thoughts? It's up to you, man. When SPX 3900 this morning? There we go. Dear God. The struggle is so real. You can do it. Yeah. Hey. Thoughts on having thoughts? Curious about your thoughts. Probably better to have thoughts than to not have thoughts. Although there's probably a lot of bliss found in not having any thoughts. I bought 0DT SPX 4000s. Please talk to me. Oh, that's super dumb. I hope you hit it big. I know OPEX is not due for Jimmy, but I have an Excel that ever since 427.20, when we see volume spike, we need to see another spike in price within 20 days, 1 days of the initial run. It's been like that constantly. Yeah, it goes back even further than that actually, but that's because ETF FTDs are shortly before OPEX. And with the exception of like August, most OPEXs have led to price improvement. Not always a lot, but some price improvement. Thoughts on thoughts? Yeah. Hey, look, I'm making money. Are you going on about the fucking composite man again? Won the market sub 38.50 today because he knows the FOMC is going to result in an explosive bull run tomorrow. I mean, no one knows that for sure. No one knows what the Fed's going to do tomorrow, man. Except J-Pow's best friends. Not gonna get me this time, assholes. Ha! You missed, bitch! Sorry. $75 hike tomorrow? Probably. Man, if I hit the breakout on this trend, I'm gonna make so much fucking money. Yes. This is very intense. God, I miss day trading. It just happened. I just started missing it. Oh no. No, market not dead. Just massive stop loss hunt. Look at that shit. That's fucking crazy. They're trying to get my calls. Well, it's not just my calls they're trying to get, right? This only extends this far because they burned through so many of them. This is the options chart for the 3860 strike. Joke's on them. I don't use stop losses, and I diamond hit my contracts into expiry. Ah. They got me. I chased too hard. That wasn't bad, right? Just for all the guys that are pissed about the money I make on SPX on the Discord, I figured I'd throw five grand into a trade for today. I had a lot of fun doing that. Do it again. Fuck. I think I'm good on SPX for today. What percent gain? Let me look. I gotta see where they filled because it's a market order. Sell filled at 1190. Cost basis was 670. So like 100%. I almost hit the top. Not bad. I miss it. I miss the adrenaline rush. I do. Spy bullish rest of the day though, probably. There's probably more money to be made on it. Imagine what you could have made trading with the trend all morning. I didn't want to play the gap fill because positioning is weird. Like playing the gap fill is far riskier than playing the bounce. Tesla dead? Dude, just wait till OPEX. I hope there's enough for tomorrow. I'm one day trade away from pattern day trade status, so I have to hold a day. Ooh, rough. Yeah, if you're under 25,000, you should use a cash account because you're not held to PDT restrictions. Or you should at least consider using a cash account. PDT restrictions are a way to ensure poor people won't make money. It keeps you from effectively trading options when you have a small account. It's kind of a big problem actually. So hmm. I think this rounds off the EMA 30 and rips on the 5 minute. This would be a good time for me to enter those. No, that's too risky, right? Oh, but those for tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Hmm. I use I use a lot of brokerages. What price would you look if you want to play a pullback on SPX? Roughly around here. Like if I was gonna play the upside, I'd be looking for support right around here. Thanks, Dad. No problem, Pong. Look how slow the upside is and quick the downside is. The upside breakout was kind of intense. I'd be careful with it falling back below the trend, but a lot of the bears got shaken off there, so I think SPX probably up into the end of the day. Slow, but you'd probably want more theta on that move. And maybe not a lot. Maybe just back to like the 3870 level by EOD. This is WeBull, the one you're watching. Biden endorses Fed pivot. New headline. Why not just puts capitulated on SPX? I don't know why they have to make up shit. Is a hike good for the market? No. Yeah, so if this breaks resistance, really bullish. If it fails to break resistance and falls back to the EMA 60, that's really bearish. So as long as bulls stay pretty strong, which they should be, they had enough time to build up. But I think the trend will continue. CCs are saved. Congratulations. It's slipping. Oh, they're gonna stop loss hunt again, I think. Careful. That's rough. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from this for the rest of the day. Where's the reversal point? It's either there or there. That's touchy. Red House says enforced Fed's policy pivot? That's not how that works. Joke's on them. I don't place a stop loss till I'm green. Really? On SPX? GME back to 26 fast. I told you guys this yesterday. Why does nobody believe me? Because JFresh is saying bullish things? He's just saying bullish things and showing you bearish data And everyone's like, ah, Super Bowl. Read what he writes, not what he says. Jay Fresh is really on a trolling spree these last weeks. I know. It's kind of hysterical though. I'm a poor but bought a few 3900 SPX calls for 50 cents each and made almost 200% on that SPX run before I got stopped out. I'm sure this will never happen again in my life. Gains, that is. You'll get better at it as time goes on. Just don't risk all your money and blow it doing stupid shit. Yay, wheat. Is wheat doing something? Ooh, nice. That's exciting. God, leverage is so cheap on wheat. I don't trust that cat. You shouldn't. Like yesterday, he showed everyone a chart of all the calls on GME selling off into close. And then he was like, we're going to 38 tomorrow. Feeling really good about my December position on Apple. I averaged into around $150. Looking forward to picking it up cheaper tomorrow when we tank more. Nice. I don't know if we're gonna tank more tomorrow, but you might get like a volatility kind of thing with the FOMC. I gave JPOW a horse. I have all the deets on the meeting. Are you gonna average down your RevRQ shares? Yeah, actually. Why do I have a headache right now? Fuck. Someone needs to troll SS with JFresh like posts and see what happens. They have J Roland for that. Uh, you had too much candy. No, I didn't. I probably haven't had enough caffeine today. You have a screen protector on your monitors? No, but I have a blue light filter. Cover call's going green. Yep. Maybe because you slept 3 hours a night in the last 6 months. Sometimes more, sometimes less. And it's not 6 months, it's like a year and a half. Just looked at the terms for a cash account with TDA. They say Reg T free writing violation can occur if you buy, sell before trades settle. Yeah. You have to let your trade settle, but you don't get stuck with PDT restrictions, which are way worse. So, options settle on T+1. So you can trade X number of options a day, right? And then the next day you can trade X number of options. Oh, it found support. That's really bullish if it breaks out. What's a good floor for GME buy rights? Buys below 25 or 20, well, 26.35 are technically advantageous. Behind on the chat, but I just watched you chase the stops on the chart. That was awesome. It wasn't really the capturing profits part that was awesome. It was the dodging the fucking stop loss hunting. That rejection's bad news. Bulls destroyed. They'll never financially recover. Actually, that doesn't seem that bad. More of a bear trap. But I mean, they're not small moves, right? That's like fucking $5, $6. What happened on SPX at 12:05 to 12:10? I made a shitload of money. I mean, that's actually what happened there. Can Susquehanna get blown up to cause SPY MOASS already? No, probably not. And Citadel's already short treasuries. I'm sure Susquehanna is probably short treasuries too. They're both well prepared for this scenario, right? Oh, that was bitter. I want to be like Girk when I grow up. I want to be like me when I grow up too. God, I wish I was born with half your trading ability. Instead, I got all of my mom's smarts and her unquenchable desire for attention. Nice. I want to collect 10K a week. Is that too much to ask? Selling CCs? Is that too much to ask for? I mean, it's a long road getting there. Comments like that remind me why I went to get cigarettes in the first place. Comments like that remind me why I want to start smoking sometimes. That intense SPX move and averaging down do require a lot of capital and trading skill because it could very well lose it all. I mean, I had to stop to the downside, so I wasn't going to lose it all. But yes, it's not like easy. I mean, nobody beginning trading should ever go anywhere near the fucking SPX. I just put 50,000 of my 200,000 paper port into spy calls. So proud of my self-control. Nice. Looking at Fubo 350p, November, nice machine learning signals pattern for selling them or long on them. When Girk does go quiet, I like to imagine he's reading JFresh's bearish bull data. No, I wouldn't jump into SPX right now. Like, you would want to consider this like risk. You wouldn't want to enter here. You would enter here on an upside breakout, but you'd have stops in case of another failed test. Right, so you'd probably set stops below. Well, not really the 60 EMA here, but like, what price point is that? You'd probably set stops around the like 38.57 level as it moved up. And then you would bring your stop closer as it approached resistance. And, you know, if it breaks out, then you follow. But you wouldn't enter here. This is really risky because the rejection here is going to just drop like a rock. You could straddle right here. That's not like a bad for like a 0 DTE straddle. It's just the profitability on them is kind of shitty. Uber puts printing. I love shorting overvalued companies with huge baseless runs. I just like shorting Uber because I hate them. You think that once we get 75 BPS, the market will continue to drag up because of the options positioning? Yeah. Didn't we have a similar situation in September, but positioning was for big downs? Yes. VIX was very low at the time, right? So puts were really cheap. So glad I skipped over literally every time I have time to tune in and actually ask a question. Being a billionaire is cool. What did you ask? I don't play earnings, but thoughts on Fubo coming up Friday pre-market. Jan $4 calls. You gotta tag me, by the way, man. Otherwise, I don't see them. Jan 4C's a terrible idea. No, not necessarily. Here's what I don't like about playing Fubo earnings. There's a big fat put wall on Fubo, and it doesn't expire till the 18th. So you might get like a spike the next day, but you're probably just paying too much for implied volatility. And you know, all your profitability is going to get crushed out the next day. I've traded SPX during these couple weeks and found myself losing money way more often than earning. Hmm. Well, you should probably stop trading SPX. Are you getting any November 21 vibes from the recent price action on GME? No, not yet. I would be very cautious of OPEX though, with Thanksgiving coming so close to the settlement period. My upstart calls are dead. Okay. I wish you had warned us not to full port into GME this week. I did repeatedly. Oxy finally breaking out. Nice. My Upstart covered calls are doing great. So are mine. And I'm about to sell more CSPs on it because it's the best. Oh, no wonder I didn't lose any money. Thanks. No problem, man. Everyone's got to stop investing with their emotions all the time, especially when it comes to like GameStop and stuff. People, and the worst part is seeing people that are like on the right track. Like people have been, really careful for months and playing everything well, get caught up in everyone else's FOMO. Jesus, it's almost been 2 years. Yeah. Pretty close. My emotions left me when I sold my shares. Yeah, that'll usually do it. It was like selling CCs before tomorrow. Same like bad idea. Yeah, I wouldn't sell CCs on such a hard drop. Like I like the hedge, and if you're far enough out of the money, you're probably okay. But it's really not great to sell CCs into like a consistent drop like this. Good entry for upstart leaps. Not bad, yeah. I mean they're down a bit. This message counts the 16th month since we talked about DRS. I feel like I remember that conversation too. Thank you, Matthew. Made the risk decision not to add 2750 CC 18 November when price spike due to risk. 50% already sold off. Yeah. I added 40s and I should have just sold them fucking in the money, but whatever. Are you gonna stop watching Jamie on stream if we don't run in November OPEX? No, but I'm not gonna focus on it very much if we don't. Not until some news comes out or... Yeah. Although right now I'm fairly confident in the November OPEX. I really like the shorting. I like it a lot. It's even got some volume to it, which is exciting. I'm not competent enough to have a trading account. I don't listen to anything you say, and I constantly lose on all my trades. You should be ashamed, and it's all your fault. I know. I am. I am ashamed of you, mass spectrometer. Sell CCs into rising price. Sell CSP into falling prices. If you want to make money. Yeah. It's not really that you want to sell CCs into rising prices. You want to sell CCs at the top of rising prices, and you want to sell CSPs at the bottom. Yeah, no problem. Wi-Fi. I sent you a DM the other day about a personal matter. Did you miss it or haven't gotten around to it? It's not important. It'd be nice if you could take a look. I don't know if I saw it. I'll double check. After the stream. I have a lot of unanswered DMs. We'll try to catch up on those. I have outstanding CCs at $30 expiring Friday. Those are probably safe, yeah. They're up quite a bit right now, 50%. They could be safe. I mean, a little bit of risk going into the ETF FTD period, which does start Thursday. Um, but I don't think you have too much risk, at least till tomorrow, till the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Like if you're scared of upside in the market, you could probably hold out at least till then. I don't know if Jamie will have like a big IV spike for the FOMC minutes. Probably not. What price is Google attractive to you? I currently have a cost basis on Google of like $94, I think, roughly. I don't want to buy more right now at 91. I'd have to buy a lot to really change my cost basis. I'm waiting for 85. If it hits 85, I'm gonna buy more. Or if there's, a crash. If there's a crash, then I can get in much cheaper, so I'd be okay with that. Yeah, no problem, dude. Halloween is over. You know what that means. 1 month until Feliz Navidad. The greatest Christmas song ever composed. Demonetization month is coming. Riku. Yeah, that's probably gonna happen. Finally, big downs before a mid-November rip. Yeah, I mean that's what I wanted to see all along was a big short. If they get us below gamma neutral, I'm gonna be very excited. Very, very excited. Does anything change going into ETF FTDs given the liquidity grab this week? How bad can FOMC sway the ETF period? I mean, it could put pressure on internalization. It could put a lot of pressure on internalization if it's super bullish. I don't know how much that's going to sway the ETF FTD period. And remember that the ETF FTDs are fairly minimal outside of 1 day. That 1 day does have a decent number, a very decent number of ETF FTDs, but it's just that 1 day, right? After the second day in a row, my thesis of Upstart having high volatility in the mornings is complete. I'm now looking to leave my career and begin living off of morning Upstart swings. That's just because FTDs are really high. And most of those are resolved either in the morning or at CNS. So careful with that because when FTDs start to fall off, which they will at some point because they did get it off Reg Show. So there's at least a 5 day period there where FTDs on Upstart are fairly low. Remember, those are FTDs, so they're not necessarily net short. Sorry, I'll switch sides. Ooh, be ashamed of me next. Thoughts on those swaps leaking? Ugh. That's not how swaps work. What would you have to see to jump back into SPX today? A breakup above this like risk line. Here, I'll extend it. Uh, Oops. God, I fucking hate that. Would the low FTDs be in T plus 6 plus 30 days? I'll be sipping Mai Tais by then. T plus 2 plus 35. From when it got off Reg Show. 5 days before when it got off Reg Show. Can you move SPX up to 400 and GME down to 19, please? That's not how that works. I can't. I don't have those powers. No, swaps don't leak. Big T Gaming, thank you so much for joining, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Snap Moassing? We talked about that earlier. Oh, it really is. Holy shit. That's exciting. Huh. I got some snap. Fucking IV is probably sky high now. That's not too bad. Snap was my play. Okay. Well, now it's everyone's. Socialism. I figured it out. Jimmy ran yesterday because Halloween and zombie stocks. Oh, Jesus. AMD Q3 earnings call begins in 15 minutes. That's exciting. I wonder if I should fucking sell my calls now. What do I want to get assigned at? 65 would be pretty sweet. I don't think that's going to happen. $62. It's almost $65. Just hope the fucking market crash doesn't happen before November 18th. All right, cool. If Upstart goes back on Reg Show, does that allow them to kick their obligations for 13 days? The near term created ones, yeah. But it starts forcing, after 13 days, it starts forcing the settlement of the ones that were already in place. Linux said we're running today at least 12%. I'll take my crown back, thank you. Keep the wins, socialize the lose. I wish. Nvidia puts looking tasty before earnings. Kind of, yeah. I might enter some of my Nvidia put position before their earnings. When are their earnings? It's this week, right? Is it the is it this week or next week? Warren Buffett isn't a trader. Like he doesn't trade. Well, he says he doesn't trade, but then he does it sometimes. Yeah, I used to have a Herman Miller. I didn't like it a lot. At least you don't have a cost basis of 97 with AMD. That's true, although my cost basis is up since I bought more of it recently. So my cost basis is at like 45 now almost. Which is a price I'm okay with buying it. But when was Snap Calls and Pickles Picks? Was that 1030 or 1023? It was a buy right for their earnings. I don't remember when it was. Not that long ago. A couple weeks ago, maybe? They just came out the FCC commissioner recommended to ban TikTok. Oh, that's bullish as fuck. Best 10x play tomorrow. That's not the way this works. Sold my teeth to the tooth fairy. Someone doing themselves a disservice by not holding CSPs into expiration. Usually. It depends on how much capital you have available. If you don't have a lot of capital available and you can't take the exercise, then it's more of a problem. If you have the money, then yeah, sometimes the exercise is beneficial. Hi-Fi is friend and Gurk is friend. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. That means a lot. Snap dead? I don't know. The news is kind of dying off. But I like the news going into the ETF FTD period. That's kind of exciting. Fuck you, Dan. We'll never go bowling. Gurk just said something up 27 cents is moassing. One of us. Help me use big words. Big no big words. Me no big words. Go buy a dictionary and read it. Not you, trash, the other Dan. The person just named Dan who asked me to do TA on Ape. Is Airbnb dead? Maybe. You mean like as a business? Or just the price of their stock? I just spent 10 minutes in the AMC subreddit. It's insane. You should check out Super Stonk and RBBBY. We're a hive mind. If you insult one of us, you insult all of us. To be fair, I think he's just named Dan and not actually a Dan. Do we honestly think market is going to break up tomorrow? Does it even matter what percent rates hike? Market did ouchie down downs last time. I kind of do. Yeah. I mean, the rate hike at 75 is already factored in. I don't think there's too much mispricing on the SPX. There's no TA on Ape. What if they curveball with 1-0 buy puts? Time to buy moon tickets for the Fed minutes? I'm thinking about it. Is meta ripping? Hmm. You know, it's about high time that Google makes a social media platform that's not just YouTube. I mean, it's really good news for people who went long meta thinking it would rip for some other reason. Sometimes in the market, you just get lucky. Google Plus, my dude, there are dozens of us there. Better to be lucky than good. Actually, long term, that's not true. Hmm. Snap gonna short squeeze? It might be putting some pressure on him. I'm sure Snap shorts do not like this news. Ah, I need to eat something today, right? I should eat something. What time is it? 1 o'clock. I'm gonna need you to help me get lucky. This getting good thing isn't going well. I thought you did great on like SPX. Is this a good time to move 401k funds from a stable value port to a more aggressive port for a few weeks? Ooh, how long does the transfer time take? I have no idea. I don't know anything about 401ks. YouTube can make an app called OnlyTubes. Is it just like it just shows pictures of slides and plumbing? Carl is up squatting all over the Discord. Nice. Whenever there's inclement weather in Nevada, the market starts going up. There's inclement weather in Nevada. I think there's supposed to be an I there. Now I don't know. The word doesn't look right. It doesn't have an I. Hate that. That should have an I. That's bullshit. Snap dead? Probably. Upstart layoffs announced hours ago. Catch up. Snap now go down with ouch ouch? What ouch ouch? Layoffs are bullish. Yeah, layoffs are bullish as fuck. That's less people they have to pay. Better earnings. SPX looking for 1269 breakout. Seems like everyone finished their repositioning during lunch hours. We'll see. It's consolidating in the upper range, which could be very bullish or very, very bearish. Do you think small mid caps or large caps are primed for a pump over the next few weeks? Everything. Goog or Google doesn't matter. If you're trading at the cheaper one, is it Google? I just forget which one's the fucking class A. Probably just Goog. Yeah, it's a rising wedge. Maybe. Remember, they usually break down. It's a little rare for them to break to the upside. Like there's only like a 20% chance that it breaks up. Oh no, snap go down, snap to ouch yow. Nice. It usually doesn't matter, but the Class C shares are cheaper. And the options chain is usually more liquid. Upstart 25C for December, a good play. They're not terrible. I just wouldn't buy them yet. I'll probably wait to buy closer to the money Upstart calls till like November. OPEX, like near OPEX. Sorry, we're in November now. Bearish? A rising wedge? Yeah, they're not bullish, generally speaking. Nerve finally adding a limited option chain for Jan. I think those were already there, but those are like the pre-split contracts. Can you go over why you think the market will go up over the next few weeks? I did, and not only in Dillionaires, but also in the daily DD today. De-engineer. Also, all the positionings to the upside, in addition to that. But rising wedges seem to be bullish on cat, though, eh? I don't pay attention to cat's technical indicators. It's too illiquid. SPX is like barely trading right now. Are you falling asleep? A little bit, and I had a lot of coffee today. So the yeah, I mean, yes. The river is running quite dry. But that's really fun, right? Hey, GME found a bottom. For now. Yeah. I don't know. SPX looks like it's getting ready to maybe break down from this. I'm not sure how accurate this line is on the 1 minute, but it's probably pretty close. I guess it's a little off right here. Remove the fucking line, man. I don't know why WeBull can't just scale the fucking lines across different time frames. At what point do those upstart FTDs become unmanageable? The point at which the upstart FTDs and the covering of previous upstart FTDs overlap. So the obligations created through synthetic shorting and the FTDs begin to overlap, and that's when it becomes a big problem. Because now you have to cover into your own shorting, which is, whew, big mess. Help me, Gurk. I'm too bullish. I can't. I'm pretty fucking bullish on everything too. Which thing are you bullish on? DM it to me. DM it to me and I'll say something mean about it. Check TMs. Oh, Jesus fuck. You know what? Maybe you're right. I didn't need that much time. My SPX 3870 GTUs were down more than I care to admit. Sold almost at the top of the midday bounce. Net green 2K. Woo. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Did you see the US senators sending a letter to Powell to beg him to stop raising interest rates? I hope he just does 1-0. I would laugh my ass off. You just made $100 in a second. That's a great hourly rate. It's not bad. Actually, my snap calls went back up too, so it was like $160 in a second, but pretty good. Here minus the possible scenarios in the market depending on the FOMC rate hike. Yeah, 0.50 SPY rips to the moon. 0.75 SPY moves up. 0.1 or 1.0 SPY does big sad and probably stabilizes above 3,800, then moves up. What's your price prediction? Not a lot, so I'm probably not going to buy calls for it. I'll probably just sell some I'll probably just sell some CCs depending on what happens for ETF FTDs. But yeah, I'm probably not going to buy calls for it. You could. I might buy some like weeklies or something, but nothing big. Will they use the liquidity to drop GME before ETF FTDs? Maybe? I think we're kind of in the range they're going to drop us to. Maybe delta neutral tomorrow or the next day. SPX got too bullish, it seems. I think this is just the beginning of its bullishness. What'd you just send me? Oh, okay. Which one of the quants is most familiar with ETFs? They should all be pretty well versed. Yeah, that makes sense as far as the morning run on Upstart today and the run yesterday. Yeah, next few days on Upstart will probably be pretty spicy, it looks like. At least holding consistently high FTDs through earnings. Then they fall off a bit. But what is a quantitative analyst? Straddles on SPX for Fed seem guaranteed money. I mean, yeah, probably. I think the SPX will move big, basically, no matter what happens, but I don't know, maybe like 0.75 with like a even more hawkish outlook could be flat or more damaging. SPX 4125 still your upside prediction, or have you gotten even more bullish? I might be I might be more bullish depending on tomorrow. But right now, yeah, it still looks very much like 4135. If I start to see more and more leverage pile up beyond that, that's kind of another story. Do you think we'll see a recession again in 2023 since the last quarter was positive in GDP? That doesn't mean we're not going to see a recession. There's a lot of other factors that can determine a recession besides 2 quarters of reduced economic growth. Yeah, I definitely think we can still see a recession in 2023. Apple T+2 probability for the day, 50%. Remember, T+2 carries out till tomorrow. How much theta are you targeting for the SPX move? I just bought some November 18s. I think I'm far enough out of the money that I don't care about too much of the near-term price action. Like, I don't think they're getting much cheaper than like 13.90. So what happens if Upstart or GME if the SPY rips face tomorrow? Internalize? Probably not initially, but then yeah, once the spike of volumes in, they'll start to internalize. And buying something like this 4100s, those are for swinging rather than day trading. You'd only buy 0 DTEs if you were gonna day trade them. Yeah. Not only that, I wouldn't buy 4100s for a day trade. They're way too far out of the money. And also, sometimes for day trading, you buy 1 DTEs. But that really depends on how the market is moving in your expected range. You don't always. Usually, you go with 0 DTs, but sometimes 1 DTs. Especially as you like approach the end of the day, if you're trying to trade like the latter half of the day, sometimes you consider ones. It's more of a way to offset theta decay into the end of the day if you're persistently out of the money than it is to carry overnight. Like you're generally not carrying them overnight unless you go deep in the money. Rev dead? I mean, no. It's delisted, but it's not dead. Still there's still a company doing business for now. I expect the same from the US. I mean, a lot of central banks have barely raised rates at all, and the US has been slamming the gas. So, no, I don't think the Fed really cares what Canada does with its rates. Just joining. What's the bull case being made here? Made where? I have a lot of different bull cases. You gotta be more specific. That's what I'm saying. We follow you guys, but our meetings come up first. I don't know if there's a lot of communication there. Because, like, almost every foreign country would have benefited from raising rates in line with the Fed at this point, right? And look at the dollar versus, like, look at Dixie, right? Look at the dollar weighted against the foreign currencies. SPX. Well, all the leverage is to the upside, and since no one's really buying or selling equities, and well, yeah, the market's gonna move with the leverage. Uh, not only that, I don't think there's a bearish outcome for the Fed minutes tomorrow. Not I don't think there's a high probability of a bearish outcome to the Fed minutes. I think it's fairly low probability. Additionally, long volatility or short equity positions are being squeezed out all over the entire market because of this melt up. Those long volatility positions are going to have trouble getting liquid cash from the treasury market because treasury liquidity is drying up, which means when they're margin called, they won't have the cash to meet the call, so they have to buy. Or they'll have at least friction in meeting the calls, which will lead to the buying and closing of many a long short position. People aren't hoping for a pivot. I mean, the market and futures are pricing in 0.75. I think 0.75 with neutral statements could lead to like a 5 to 600 BPS increase in SPX. So this bear rally could actually be more detrimental to the market as a whole. Oh yeah, it's actually super bearish. What time is the Fed meeting tomorrow? 2 p.m. Well, the meeting's today and the announcements tomorrow, but the announcement's at 2 p.m. The decision is released at 2 p.m. and I think they have a press conference at 2:30. Does the treasuries market drying up affect the Fed's decision on raising rates? It could affect their decisions on QT. It's probably not going to affect their decision on raising rates. But, at some point, the reserve could. I mean, if it got illiquid enough, which it's not there yet, but if it did, like, it's not as bad as like corporate bonds and stuff. But if it did get really bad, the reserve would have to step in and provide liquidity, which is essentially a financial crisis. Upstart December 35s are pretty cheap right now. That's not a bad price. Looks like the market's going to chop till the announcement. I don't know. This is looking more bullish. We'll see what it does here. This is kind of critical after 2 tests of the upside resistance. This descending wedge hasn't failed yet, and if it stabilizes in the higher range, it could break out. What are your strike and dates on SPX? I bought some November 18 4100s and some November 18 4000s, which I can't afford in this account, but well done, Kenneth. Snap and Meta have identical charts. That's because they're both being bought for the same reason. What do you have for SPX position going into this potential continued melt up? Thanks. I have SPX 4100s and 4000s. I might buy 3900s if we move back below 3850 today. But I might not. I might not have a chance to buy them. I don't have a lot. I only have, what, 10 contracts right now. Would you buy a 100% self-driving car? Sure. As long as all the other cars are self-driving. Would this melt-up be a good time to cash out my 401k to buy the bottom? It could be. Or, you know, the Fed pivots and we rip. At least you're prepared for upside. Willing to give some dating advice? What's the question? I can't promise it'll be good. Hoping I can make 5 to 10% for 11.4. Do you prefer SPX AM settlements since those contracts are more liquid? No, because I generally don't exercise them. I really don't prefer them. They're more money. I know they're more liquid, but they're a lot more money. Do you still believe that we could see serious price action before OPEX to throw us off with the timing? We could, yeah. We could start seeing price action early because of Thanksgiving. I mean, it's not going to really throw off my timing. I'll probably be entered into all my OPEX positioning by then. So. Met a girl at work last week. Had some great time together. So many common interests. Funko shopping and horror movie. Now our replies are getting sparse. Let it breathe or bounce. Maybe just like let it breathe. Or just make it clear that you're interested. Right? Like why waste time? Just be like, hey, I like you a lot, and I'd like this to turn into something, but it seems like you're not very interested. Just let me know up front. Right? Saves everyone a lot of time. Yeah, no problem, dude. You looking more towards next week or end of this week for OPEX positioning? Probably like middle of next week. Okay, so I've seriously been in meeting all this morning. I'm gonna watch from the beginning, but I want to ask if there's any highlights. I made a bunch of money on SPX. That was cool. Good time to buy zero DT SPX calls? No. No, it's not. I'm chasing SoFi like an idiot. You chase it all the way to its 52-week high. What's that at now? Is it like $4 or something? I don't know why you'd chase a bank. It's just like a buy and hold. Fucking no reason to chase it. It's not like a hot play. Does the Phi and Pi stand for finding your soulmate? It can if you want it to. Sorry, Gorg, I ghosted your SPX 4100s and crashed the market. Don't worry about it. Oh, Jesus Christ, that message was just a ploy for Stefan to bring up neediness again. That was for sure a Stefan burner. Maybe. Here we go. Date 3 women at a time to not be needy. You can fuck 3 women at a time and not be needed. This chat has been the closest thing to friends I've had all year. Just asking the tribe. What are the dates for November OPEX? T+2 from the November monthly options expiration. What's November? A month of the year. How does Upstart off reg show impact the big T+35 FTD failures coming? Doesn't? It means they don't have to locate the FTDs. Great way to get the gold diggers and pool boys into investing. Interesting. With the banking holiday on OPEX, aren't they allowed to push back the obligations? It's not on OPEX. The banking holiday is after OPEX, so it would push forward the obligations, if anything. Double top and double bottom. What mean? More chop. Oh, Jesus Christ, Stefan. Listen, man, if you act the same way you act on this stream around women, I cannot see you dating 3 women at once unless you're a Grecian fucking god. All right? None of that shit works. It's all nonsense. And it only works on girls with like massive insecurities and daddy issues. Just be upfront. Just be like, "Hey, I like you." If they don't like you, fucking move on. There's always another one. This isn't fucking high school. My long-term girlfriend got a new job. Will be making 20K more base salary than me. Should I wife her already or nah? I mean, I'd wait until she makes so much more than you that you could at least get palimony when she divorces you for someone better, right? As a married man, I can confirm dating and women are a distraction. Have you told your wife? I ended up taking my wife's friend out on a date. Seemed to make her jealous. Had no idea she liked me at all. Awkward. I'm like my calls. I'm eventually worthless. I was amazed by my college roommate. Watched him hit up girl after girl at a party. The eighth one went home with him, and he got chlamydia. Well, that's something that happens. All right, Greg, I'm now up a total of $3 on in the money puts and calls on Snap. Only 21 more trades until I can afford Dillionaire next month. Fuck yeah, you're almost there. And you have so much time. Women are naturally competitive with one another. I ruined a friendship, but I got a wife out of it. I think people are just competitive with one another. As a wealthy widow, I just want everyone to know that I'm available for the right price. Dating 3 girls at once sounds expensive and like too much coordination. I'd rather just barbecue ribs and sit around my house shirtless watching TV with my cats. Well, I mean, even you had to go out there and find someone who'd let you shit on the floor, Carl. Special K9, welcome to Cornishon, man. I appreciate it, dude. I mean, you're definitely the greatest investor of your generation, Popcorn Trader. How should I negotiate my next winter heating oil contract? That shit's too expensive. Just be cold. Dating is too expensive for poors like me. Poor people fuck more than anyone. That's the one thing we have going for us. Well, as a former poor. Alright, fair. They're working hard to get XRT off Reg Show, it seems. Yeah, I think so. I think we'll see XRT off Reg Show next week. Maybe even this Friday. I mean, in comparison to some people, I'm very poor. It's just the number of people I'm poor compared to has been reduced. The metric of poorness does not hold up to peer review. Everyone's rich compared to someone. At least in the US. You've developed the lifelong skill of making money, so even if you go broke, you didn't get lucky to make your money in general, so you can just make it back. Yeah, I try to remember that every time I full port into something stupid. Everyone in here has electricity and internet and some level of free time to watch. Everyone here is easily top 1% of the world. Yeah. Ooh, Upstart CSP time? It's getting there, Carl. I'm getting excited about them. Probably more excited than I should be. I mean, even the poverty level in the US is like 10,000% of what like you know, a coffee farmer in Africa makes. So there's just, yeah, it's. So now we chop back down to 38.50 again over the next 20 minutes. I don't know. It looks like we found some support, so we're not breaking out of the upside of this, but we've kind of set a new low. So this is just widened a bit. It's more of an uptrend now, which is a little more stable actually. Like bouncing back into the trend stabilized us. We could even say that this exists. Was Jimmy run yesterday potentially the outstanding XRT fails being cleared? You know, I know you said that it was a liquidity grab, but there's a chance it wasn't, and they plan to short it into ETF FTDs. Well, I mean, if it was XRT fails being cleared, then it is a liquidity grab. And yes, that's possible. XRT's liquidity got much, much better yesterday. Far more than GME's liquidity. So it wasn't a liquidity grab directly on GME. It was definitely a liquidity grab on the ETFs. They could short it into ETF FTDs, but I'm not playing the long side of those anyway, so I don't really care. If the data's bad tomorrow, like what? It's such a slim chance. Don't get me wrong. The chance exists, and something people should be aware of. But it's a very slim chance that tomorrow is super negative for the market. Right? We don't have any. We don't have any indication of continuation of a rapid increase in core inflation right now. So, and that report's not out till the following week. Outside of stocks, what do you care about? What are your passions? Stocks. Sometimes futures, I guess. Commodities. I like money. I like money more than most people. Food. I'm asking because I took way too much risk on 0DT SPX calls, and I want to aggressively sell GMECCs. Is this following a bad decision up with another bad decision? Possibly. I mean, the wall at 30 is pretty strong, and it held through yesterday's price action. Even if we ran for ETF FTDs, we'd be expected to drop into the middle of the week, right? You want to DCA into a position into Upstart? I mean, the price range it's in right now isn't bad. It could fall to 20, but there's a lot of FTD pressure on it, so it may not. Is SPXL better than SPY as a lower priced alternative to SPX? No, it requires large moves in the underlying index. So if you think the underlying index is going to move a lot, then yeah, SPXL is fine. Otherwise, it's kind of weaker, and exposure is better on SPY. What has been the most ridiculous part of the GME saga? There's so many. DRS, fucking, DRS is pretty ridiculous. MOASS is pretty ridiculous. Everybody wanting to pay their taxes was ridiculous. Pulte, yeah. Pulte was pretty absurd. Yeah, the DD is done. NFT, yeah, NFT dividends. Thinking market crash means MOASS. It's the bearded CBD farmer. Printing out incorrect DDs and framing them. Yeah, making a new financial market. GME trying to delist to a blockchain market. Jason Waterfall suing the company. Drones at Citadel, lights on at Citadel, standing in front of Citadel doing things. Runic Glory wasn't even as bad as the rest of it. At least Runic Glory is like within the realm of expectation for Reddit moderators. Oh yeah, that German doctor guy who was like shilling his cryptocurrency. Tracking jets, yeah. Thinking that the tracking of jets meant anything. What about the dorks who own 3 shares waltzing into a GameStop with pizza and talking about being a shareholder? Marco Metzler's gold crypto. Bastille Day twice. I've ignored maintaining friendships because I'm so consumed with the pickle jar. But luckily, I'm at that stage in life where that happens anyway. 33. TLDR, you're all my best friends. Thanks, Mr. Sadman. Happy to have you as a friend. Oh, that former SEC agent who couldn't revolving door her way into an actual job. Who was that? I can't remember her name. Being against options and idolizing DFE, yeah, that's kind of just ironic. Everyone's talking about how they're going to change the world with their MOASS gains because they own 3 shares. Selling on the way down. What's a good profit factor for what options? 10 to 20% conservatively. Have you ever seen the OBV, bro? J Smart banning me because he didn't roll his options. There was a short-lived golden era for a few weeks back in early mid Feb 21, mostly on RGME. Yeah. I mean, Super Stonk was great when it first started, and RGME was too. They just devolved rapidly, as echo chambers are wont to do, right? Remember when Houston Wade or Lightning Bolt guy came on the stream and had exit strats that involved the price at 100K a share? Yes. You don't become Pontiff of VWAP without risking your entire net worth 1,000,000 times. Wish me luck. I do, Spider. Why is it bad for people to want to do good things with their gains? It's not. It's just delusional. It's like sitting around your house and going, when I win the lottery, I'm going to do so much good for the world. It's not very proactive, is it? You don't need money to go out and do good in the world. Speaking of, I just forgot to play the fucking lottery. Once I win Lotto or Pontiff of VWAP, I'm gonna call all your moms. Fair enough, driver. What would you do if I asked you to be in my wedding party? Trash can would be included also. And is drinking tonight to celebrate. Why are you getting married? That seems rapid. Is there an open bar? Yes, open bar. I still want to circle around to why you're getting married. Do you need citizenship? You could marry me. I'm single. Encouraging the son to buy hundreds of dollars worth of GME merch to help the company when they could be buying 6, 10, 24, 40 post-split shares with the money they spent. Nothing like trying to pump your stock from the ground up, right? How much capital do I need to become a full-time swing trader? Probably I mean if you can net decent returns year over year, you could probably pull it off with like 50 to 100K. You need to be pretty good though. That's the problem. Is everyone wants to dive right into being a full-time trader, but you need to practice a lot before you try doing that. You need consistency. Prenup's like a covered call. If you get divorced, you get assigned at the strike you chose. That's like locking in your profits. Prenup same like stop loss, stop limit order. You have like quality of marriage, which obviously is great in the beginning, right? And you hit like the 2 year mark, and there's a decline, and so you just have when you have a prenup, you have a stop set here. Quality and value combined indicator, and if the marriage crashes, you get stopped out. Some marriages bounce on resistance, right? Not all of them. This is rare. Uh, Well, marriages are leveraged, right? So, you know, like all leveraged products, they have a natural rate of decay, and that would be the theta. So over time, it's a depreciating asset. What size port do you think a plan to make 2K a week off CC's CSPs would require? 2K a week? Like, Like $100 to $200,000 to make 2,000 a week consistently and not risk assignment. You figure like 2% yields. Super low risk, probably closer to 200,000 then. Yeah, but that's only right now. That'll change, right? It's at 2 p.m. tomorrow. The meeting's today, but the announcement's at 2 p.m. tomorrow. My marriage is an interesting one. Short-term gains on her underlying are low-paying job, but there's an IPO or split in the future with her family's money. I'm long on leaps for. Nice. Also, you have that emergency margin with a rich family, right? How do you short a marriage? Cheating? Yeah, I heard. I hope Powell tells him to fuck off and just does his hike anyway. Short a marriage by buying Palantir. What's the sitch with Rev these days? I've been gone for 2 weeks. Well, it's delisted. I don't know if you were here for that part. They're offering up NDAs to potential buyers right now and trying to accelerate the bankruptcy process, which has the smaller debtors kind of pissed off. But I don't know if they matter. If I'm not concerned with short-term capital gains tax, is wheeling GME more profitable than selling options? Wheeling GME is selling options. You would just be selling calls with the intent of assignment. See, you got rid of the wife before the ex-dividend date, Ben Marnie. Oxy all-time high by December? I wouldn't be surprised. Wheeling is alternately selling calls and puts on stock you're long on, right? The goal isn't actually assignment. Actually, wheeling is selling cash secured puts with the intent never to be assigned. And if you are assigned, converting that into a buy right, hoping for assignment, right? So the perfect wheel is kind of flat. You would just only sell CSPs and never be assigned. Wheeling is obviously better in a bull market as well. Don't forget that. It's much harder in a bear market. If you get a 100 BPS hike tomorrow, where do you think the SPX will land? I mean, if we get a 100 BPS hike, we could fall pretty far, but there's a lot of conditions on that. If they're going to do a 100 BPS hike tomorrow and not do one into the end of the year, like if they're and not, pivot for December, that makes a big difference, right? Because then that's like 250 BPS hikes instead of the expected 7.5 and 50. So that wouldn't be very bearish at all, really. Um, it would be better to wheel Jimmy with 2 million or buy 1 million in stock to sell CCs and 1 million to sell CSPs. It depends on if you want to hold 1 million in stock. I mean, obviously there's a lot of risk to holding an equity, right? That you're not exposed to if you're just selling CSPs, unless you get assigned. JPOW comes out tomorrow and just says they're renting more diggers, and Cat goes full send. With 1 million, you probably only want to dedicate 20% to wheeling and use the rest of that capital in way safer investments. Yeah, I would agree. I wouldn't fully well, it depends, right? If your full port is $10 million, that is 20%. I have a couple 390s for Monday. I'm thinking of holding them overnight and then selling one for a put and holding a spread through the announcement. Thoughts? Well, it's not a spread. That'd be like a straddle or a strangle. But you could do that, yeah. We get a ticket to New York City so I can live in your new house, since we're married. Hmm. I don't know about living together. Kirk's husband, 11/1/22. You can create a bear call spread by selling an in the money covered call as you approach like an inflection point, and that can offset potential losses. We can't see your face. You'll live. I need to see it, especially since we're married. We're not married. We're not even betrothed yet. Earnings are around ETF FTDs too. I know. If they run it into earnings, I'll just close my position and open it afterwards, right? I've clipped evidence. If only that applied in New York State. Robinhood earnings tomorrow. Buy puts. SPY dumps into end of day. Possible, or it just holds the lower trend. I think a lot of this is just the effect of like the delta neutral positioning. Uh, do you want me to be the power bottom? No. But you're definitely not getting on top. Apple's starting to show signs of life, finally. So impatient. I'm super entertained watching people try to speculate south of 3850 and getting wrecked in seconds. So aren't the institutions have already positioned the upside a lot, or have they just opened a bunch of delta neutral positions today? They're both. They're leveraged to the upside, but they're opening delta neutral positions into the Fed meeting. And you're seeing the effect of that, right? We're trading very tightly, but also upwards. You give some advice to CC sellers who finally timed it right. I don't spend the money before it's all expired in case you have to buy back, etc., etc. Any other guidelines? You can buy calls if you think it's going to rip instead of buying back your calls. That's about it. Cover calls are super simple. There's just not that much to talk about. They seem hard, but once you get used to them, there's really nothing easier. IBKR classifies cover call and CSP as advanced options trading. Jesus Christ. What do they call inverse iron condors or jade lizards? Snap has like 54 billion shares. It's really not a big deal. Ultra mega advanced strats. You're moving way too fast, Darth. First, we have to have 2 years of supervised courtship. All right. You think you're just gonna come in here and sweep up my dowry? You're out of your mind. No, I need a more responsible chaperone. Trash. Duck, duck. We just figured out a way to finagle him into it. Mullet for MOASS. I'm not getting a mullet. I didn't call you a cuck duck. Chris McPherson did. I just read it. What expert? I don't have 3900s yet, but my 4100 and 4000 calls are for November 18th. I just noticed you have 510s. The meme lives. It does. I've spent $500 on them too, which is, well, not that much money, I guess. Do you think Nerve is a good buy at this low price with earnings coming up? No. I don't think any like startup biotech is or potential pharma company is a good buy. Are you long on Soul Glow? No. I'm gonna fall asleep. Ugh. Wait, does Revlon make it? Hey man, how much will my December 30, 35, 40C get eaten up by Theta, holding them through November OPEX? Is it worth losing a good chunk of leverage to roll to Jan? You're not gonna lose that much. They're still above 30 DTE. But they're, I mean, you are gonna lose some. Just look at the rate of Theta decay. Do the math. Why did everything die today? What died? Everything's just kind of boring today, right? Snaps up. Market's down 30 BPS. It's a red day, but not super red. I'm new here. What's your outlook for tomorrow? I'm kind of excited. I think it's going to be, I think the outcome is ultimately going to be bullish. Just because the bearishness is already expected. I don't think we're going to get any surprises out of the Fed tomorrow. Not big ones. We might, but market is down but trying to break up. I don't know. Kind of seems to be capped. I mean, this is just the effect of all that delta neutral positioning, right? Like we're gonna eventually find. We were gonna eventually find a range today and stick to it. I was kind of hoping that range would be a little higher, like 38.75 to 38.60, 38.50. I mean, we're still in the 38.50 to 38.75 range, but yeah, like a higher range would have been nice. Upstart was up 7% in the pre-market. Yeah, it's still got a lot of FTDs, don't worry. Google 52-week low. Time for calls. It's probably not bad. Didn't propose to you. I said if you needed citizenship, you could marry me. That's not a proposition. I didn't say will you marry me. I said you could marry me. I don't care what the clip says. It's out of context. It's conditional. It doesn't work that way. Isn't SPX much more of a triangle now than a wedge? It's becoming one. It's more of a just a really shitty slow uptrend. But does he need citizenship? That's the prerequisite. You need to propose. I don't know what fucking hillbilly part of the country you live in where you consider that a proposal. But unless Darth's dad turns up with a shotgun, I'm in good shape. Any thoughts about AMD over the next quarter? I'm not super bullish. I still follow it. I still own like 3,500 shares of it, I think. Yeah, I do think it can fall lower over the next couple quarters. When you finally enter NVIDIA puts at the peak, are you likely to reassess put strikes higher? Yeah, probably. I'll probably get some closer to the money, but not a lot. I mean, I still think the range is fair. Have you ever looked at STNG? I've been watching it since $20. Currently at 51 with a nice steady climb. It's definitely got some more upside with winter coming. What do they do? Tankers? Uh, I don't love shipping. I like the European exposure. Do they have LNG tankers? They might dip soon. I'm new here. How do I become a member? It looks like you already are one, new here. Google Jan calls seem decent. Probably not bad. Yes, but how? Uh, I don't know. Like, how are you a member? Probably got gifted by Bithead. Maybe. Thanks, Brett. Welcome to Cornichon, Gavin. Are you streaming Upstart earnings next week? No? And I guess I could, but why? Can't we just, like, read them? Popcorn Trader is a dillionaire. Oh man, I'm gonna fall asleep. Oh, this day is so dull. I've been here almost for a year now, and I made more real money in my paper trading account than my actual accounts. Is there a substream for Gamblers Anonymous? I'll start doing a segment on Saturdays where everyone can talk about their gambling addictions. I'm new here. Do you cover AMC? What do you want to know about it? I can tell you how terrible of an investment it is. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Order up some more of that Japanese energy drink. That day was fire. That shit almost killed me. Wait, is that today? No, it's next week. Is it possible to use Ichimoku on illiquid stocks like GME? It's not great on them. The volatility, like volatile stocks, things that are illiquid, right? Are gonna be hard to use oscillators on. Is Dillionaire still considered poor? No. What was that, including your daily 6 double espressos? It's 3 double espressos. And yes. Maybe you need food energy. No, but I ate yesterday, I think. Talk to me about margin calls tomorrow. Who's getting margin called tomorrow? No one's getting margin called yet. Thanks, I want to try out the indicator. Is there a stock that you can think of where I can see it in action? Just do it on something liquid like SPY or Apple, Tesla. Tesla's pretty volatile. SPY or Apple, probably really good. Good place to practice it, at least. IWM. 6 double espressos? It's 3 double espressos. Yeah, exactly. Which is 6 shots. And usually, most days, I only have 2 double espressos. Just draw some googly eyes over your face so we can't tell if you're sleeping. Yeah, that's a great fucking idea. There we go. Oh no, damn it. It's the wrong color. Hold on, I need to find a place where I can lay down. Okay. No, I'm still here. Use that. Make a cutout of your actual mouth. But then I wouldn't seem so happy. Hi, I'm new here and I just came out of a meeting. I'm concerned for your health and hope you get good sleep and R&R on weekends. Don't mess with your health. It's hard to get back, even with money. I think that boat might have sailed. Where's your hat? Oh, yeah. Memory League, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the stream. Discord after the stream. She just messaged me back, friend zone. Ah, rough. Well, at least you know. What am I doing with my life? I'm not talking to you anymore for the rest of the day, Darth. First, you need to find out what it's going to be like being in a relationship with me. You joining VC tonight to chat on Web3 exchange stuff? I don't know. Do you have a revolver that I could blow my head off with instead? Was away on a conference call. What happened that you were a cartoon? Life. It's like most days, how you don't respond to me. It sounds pretty par for the course. I've already gotten used to it. You can get more used to it. Is this the kind of shorting we're hoping to see on Upstart? I'm okay with it. Do you think is this an attempt to get Darth Jan to fall out of love with you? I've tried that for so long now. I know it's hopeless. You think $27, 11 for CCs are safe? Debating if I should buy back my 27.50 while they're kind of cheap. I don't know. They keep dropping in value. How's the pool coming? I think it's done, or I don't know. I don't go look very often. I'm not having a pool party. The Upstart chart is pretty sus. Really, it's just doing what it kind of did overnight. Looks perfect. Back to 20 fast. At what point will running the quant team be too much of a real job for you? It already is. The happy pickle juxtaposed on your smuggish gloominess is pretty funny. TR getting wrecked. The market's not dead, so no one wants to own it. How low do you think Google could drop during a market crash? I mean, really, really low. It's a market crash. I'm new here. Do you just draw art on your stream? Pretty much, yeah. What do we call that art? I'd like to see you make better. I don't think it's gonna drop to 20 bucks. I mean, that'd be a bit excessive. But I mean, it's a market crash. You might as well ask me the highest price of Google between now and the death of the universe. How much Doge did you buy because Papa Elon told you to? None? I didn't even know that he tweeted about it. Is that why it was going up? I'm new here. Do you sell your art on the GME NFT marketplace? No. I prefer that it's just screenshotted and then sold on the GME NFT marketplace. How often does bleed after positive earnings reverse the same day? I sold out of puts at a higher low, but I was wondering if that was too conservative in hindsight. Maybe? So what will the value of Google be between now and the death of the universe? Also, how is November OPEX looking after today's price action? Oh, you son of a bitch. Do you really believe JPAS is going to be anything but hawkish as fuck? I just don't think he's going to be that hawkish. I don't think he's going to be dovish. I think he's just going to push forward his 0.75 rate increase and say the same shit for the 9,000th time. JPA's Zen. Thank you so much, Pong. Do you get a Power Hour song? In 5 minutes, if I remember. Long time watcher, first time commenter. I've been hearing about hawks and doves for a long time, but aren't those both birds? And don't birds fly up? They are both birds, and birds do fly up. J-Pop mentioning Volker drinking game tomorrow? Uh, maybe. Why is the market going to dip first thing in the morning? Why not just nothing? Long time commenter, first time watcher. I had no idea this was a stock channel. Me either. How big of swings do you expect on SPX after announcement? It could be pretty volatile. Depends on what the announcement is. It'll either be pretty volatile or completely fucking irrelevant. I'm doing alright, Twin Peaks. How are you, dude? Whoa, SPX did something. Cool. It still needs to break through this one, though. Like, ah! Every fucking time I touch this thing. Ah. What's the plan, my dude? For you? I assume that you're just gonna buy really far out of the money puts a day or two before they expire, calls. One of the two. SPX 3870. Impossible today? I don't know. It's a good question. There's about some upstart 50Cs for Jan. That's not that bad, actually. You might want to wait, though. Might be able to get them at a lower price. I don't know. I like the taste. Well, that makes sense. Do you lick all of your options before purchasing them? Remember when there used to be power hours? It's been 84 years. It hasn't been that long. Are you still in Revlon? No point in selling it. Wow, I didn't realize what an improvement the green paint blob was. Thanks, Gaff. Oh, you lick your phone? I don't... Okay. Straddling for FOMC tomorrow? I might buy, like, some puts. Or sell some calls, I don't know. Apple testing VWAP. Cool. Everything's rocketing. Well, not everything. Some things are. Fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Gork, I'm down 509 today. But with your allowance from your wife, doesn't that make you like break even? Almost up. What happened? It's like a funeral in here. The market's done this for the last fucking 3 hours. After months of watching and only weeks of typing in chat, your VTuber shift really inspired me to subscribe. Thank you for your NFA financiatainment. Thanks, Memory Leak. I appreciate it. What's the origin of Power Hour? Stockbrokers do a lot of cocaine. This is the way the day goes, right? It says martinis. It's just thick. Is this the pickle financial schedule? Are you accepting applications? No. Roaring Pickle Hidden Kitty. I just want everyone to know I'm about to cliff dive into the ocean in Hawaii. Be back soon. Goodbye forever. Thoughts on 6K November 4 22 Ps and 12K November 4 20 Ps. Bought to open on Upstart today. Cool. I'm poor, don't skip my super chat. I'm sorry. Upstart $20 CSPs for next week. Seems like free money. It's not free money. You could be assigned, but it's a very good floor. I would be careful with them, maybe even consider a slightly lower strike, given that they will get some liquidity from the ETFs and probably short it hard. Do you think Jimmy can hit 45 this OPEX? Please give me hopium. Seems a bit much. Maybe? No problem, dude. What time is the FOMC minutes? The announcement of the rate decision is at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Just in time for all the margin calls that always come in at 2 p.m. If the humans disappeared tomorrow, would the algos trade with each other into infinity? How would the market develop? The delta neutral strats would be king. Oh, hey, I'm up on my SPX calls. I'm up 4.2%. Bullish. Now it's 5.24. My 5 SPX options are not an index. We don't have to call them basis points. I assume that new here is just bipolar bear. He does this sometimes when he doesn't get enough attention. Or it's Moonwind. We'll find out soon. Do you think they're internalizing Upstart today with the negative news, or just shorting it, or people are selling it? Upstart dicks today huge right now, or seems disconnected from all market moves up? I don't know if its dicks is huge. I'll know after hours. I thought Moonwind died. He might have. He probably fell asleep with his Tesla on autopilot. I sold all my Upstart today. Congratulations. Pentagon confirmed U.S. boots are on the ground in Ukraine. World War III? I don't know. So let me get this straight. You think margin calls may happen tomorrow? No, I don't think they're going to happen after the F. I was being sarcastic. But the rest of that, yes. I don't think it's going to crash by the end of the week. Numbnuts. I think the rate increase is only going to serve to increase bond yields, which will make the treasury market more and more illiquid until the point where, primes de-risk. I don't know if that's going to happen this week. It could take some time. What's your sex doll say? I mean, your composite man. I DM'd you the pickle, but with the mouth cut out, so it looks like you're talking. Thank you, Joey. First time caller, first time stream watcher, FX Hedge subscriber. Are you still bullish on Upstart? Yeah. More so now that they cut 140 employees of what I can only assume was chaff. The original Apple logo was designed in 1976 by Ronald Wayne, one of Apple's co-founders. I've been called worse. I'm sure you have. You have an acerbic personality. So wait, were my Google Jan calls a bad idea? For the next couple weeks, maybe not. If your cost basis on GME was 45, and you couldn't get it down much because you have so much invested, what would you do? Sell longer dated CCs to capture more premiums? I would just sell in the money cover calls on runs. Like any big run, I would just sell in the money cover calls. Until my cost basis was lower. Better than taking a loss, maybe? Chaff was my friend, and he's very upset about losing his dream job at Upstart. The fucking companies run on an AI. I don't know what they need employees for at all. Should fire the other 1,300. You have yet to be fooled by me. It's too easy to tell. Your wanton lust for attention is extremely obvious. I just obliterated your like button, so, well, thank you. I enjoyed it. So I bought some Lily shares, small position, then they had news. I'm now in the money. Think I should sell half, but there's still room. Worried about the overnight thoughts. It's never hurts to take some profits. Thanks, Gaff. I wanna start an AI company that's just me and a program. And then all our shareholder meetings are just gonna be like, yeah, I think he's doing good. Thanks for investing, guys. Not sure if you've ever been around AI, but someone has to be there to turn it off and back on when it glitches. Well, yeah, that's one person. I got an idea, an AI company that makes AI companies. You mean like an AI SPAC? It's called the pickle jar and it fillets your ego constantly. Sorry, I had to attend my real job. Any reason for this breakout? What breakout? GME moving back up to 2834? Not that I can think of. FTX news? What was the news? That was last night. Is there new news? What if you develop an AI to turn the other AI off and on? Have you started building your GME OPEX position? No. That's called inspection. They'll form a union. Bad idea. I think this is MOASS. Right now? Nah. Is Google getting to your buy level yet? No. No, it's not. Wait, didn't MOASS happen last year? Shh. Is Upstart getting to your CSP level yet? It's kind of close. This is just residual effects from Cenis. Someone should make a DD that proves that MOASS happened after hours and was not recorded in the charts in any way as a crime. And weren't there like time and sale orders? Like there were like orders that filled like hundreds and hundreds of dollars above like the recorded peak. Evgeny Makhmatov, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
Post about a 500k share buy. D-John's talking about it. Cool. What about an AI that's better than Stefan in every way, but just a little bit? And he'll try to learn all his secrets. It'll be called Stefan. Why did RC move MOASS to today? November 1st? Why 11-1? 11 minus 4 is 7. 7-4-1? Oh, Jesus. I just... That's the most Eastern blocky name I've seen here. What if Upstart and Palantir work together? To not make money. When you have multiple contracts for a position, is the total gain loss for all contracts or for each individual contract? Thanks, can only afford 3 contracts. I think it's for all of the contracts. Usually. Weaponized lending? Yeah. You just target people who are so afraid of incurring debt that they'll do anything to make sure their bills are paid, right? Hear me out, an AI company that only manages short positions on itself. Huh. Have you ever had a pork roll? Yes, they're gross. By December 16th, calls on Upstart are dying kind of fast. Okay. Can you reinforce my belief that the stock might do something soon? I mean, just go look at the data. Do you think Cat is going to rocket past 220? I hope so. I bought some calls on it yesterday. Yeah, I haven't been welcome in Jersey in a while. Why have an AI managing short positions against itself when you could just hire Adam Aaron? I heard he's expensive and he's looking to retire. Jersey bagels or New York bagels? New York. I wouldn't eat anything made with water from New Jersey. No, Gaff didn't move. If and only if the FOMC results are bullish tomorrow, do you think Jimmy gets suppressed or moves up with the market? Got a magic ball you can rub or something? No? Not really. I could. I don't think there's that much call pressure on GME, but as price stabilizes, I'm sure it'll build. Everyone's being super bullish about literally everything. Fidelity raised the borrow 0.25. MOASS? No, but a good sign. It's not a big raise, but it's a good sign. Especially if it's Fidelity. Did IBKR raise theirs? Sometimes it's hard to tell. Fidelity's usually really trailing on their borrow rate. Who can afford to move in this market? Don't act like you don't love New Jersey, Gaff. I don't own any Caterpillar shares. I love that it's not New York. Yeah, it must be so great having to take a train or drive through a fucking tunnel for 2 hours to get to your kava. Imagine just living near it. Just you could just walk there every day. Maybe across the street, maybe up the block. You New Yorkers love shitting on Jersey, but it doesn't stop you from invading our beaches all summer. I don't go to your fucking beaches. They're full of New Yorkers that would either A, go to New Jersey, or B, people from New Jersey. Or, even worse, people from Philadelphia. If you were going to buy more Fubo shares, what price range would your buy be set at? I'm pretty okay with buying Fubo at most prices below 350. Greg, I was in a meeting. Why are you marrying Darth? I've decided against it. He's too needy. Cat possible range? I don't know. It depends on if the market moves up or not. 233 at most, probably. Could go higher. Do you have a Fubo price target? Yeah, $8 to $13 in the next 2 years. GME didn't mow ass. Shucks. Yeah. Don't forget your SPX puts to hedge for tomorrow. I don't need them till tomorrow afternoon. I have both. I have 2024 leaps and shares. That was the MOASS all along. Hmm. Are all your cat calls for Jan? No, I just bought December 220s. All my other cat calls I sold. They were up a lot. No reason to hold on to them. Upstart is going below 20 before OPEX. If I can hope so. Then I'll get more shares. Guess no 387 end of day for SPY. And there's 30 minutes left. It's probably going to just stagnate. I mean, it can move up and down, but I think the range might be kind of capped. At least for now. Hey, I'm new here. I was in a work meeting. Can you tell me what the Fed is going to do tomorrow exactly so I can full port into weeklies? Thanks. I have no idea, man. We'll find out tomorrow. Still bullish on Fubo despite consistently lower highs over the last 3 months. Yeah. I mean, I bought it before it ran to 8. It's called consolidation. It's also had higher lows. I don't know if you've been paying attention to that part. If JPAL doesn't change anything, sticks to 0.75, are we looking at a potential run to 4,000? Yeah, I think just 0.75 and a neutral speech is probably fine. It'll probably be like a grind up to higher levels, but I don't think it's not going to be super bearish. It's already very much expected. I think if they go like 0.5, the market's literally going to fucking rocket. Fubo is a textbook example of Wyckoff. Did you buy back your $27 CCs? No. They expire on Friday. Why would I buy them back? Twitter furus are all talking about a dump at 2 p.m. and a rip at 2:30 when JPAP speaks. Apparently happened to every rate hike this year. You mean like there's a lot of delta neutral positioning that occurs right before the speech? And then an attempt to capture puts and then capture calls? SPY is positioning for nothing tomorrow until 2 p.m. That's what's happening with the SPY today. Although big money leverage looks to be to the upside. GME is fire. GME is flat. It's getting some interest. It's kind of cool. Is that enough volume? Eh. Let's see. 28s and 2850s in the money. Is that enough? As well do. Papa Gurk greater than Papa Cohen? My name will be green one of these days. Thanks, Holden Harold. I appreciate that. Hedging your cover calls? Yeah, like a little bit. Not really hedging them, just capturing any upside move. I think it's enough calls in the money to get after hours price action. It's selling the Ivy spike in the morning. A while back, you said something interesting, like a lot of times your position is in the red, or do I understand something else? Why is it like that again? Well, most of my positions are swing trades, so when they go green, you sell them. That's when you take profits. You don't just sit on up positions forever if you're a trader. Doesn't even make sense. You're gonna sell CCs and we have guidance from Daddy JPal? No, I'll probably wait for ETF FTDs to sell covered calls, or more covered calls. I already have a bunch out. Nope. 'em. I love when both parts of my strangle are up. It makes me feel special. Nice. Do centaurs always gurk-splain things? I don't know. I'm not a centaur. Any Rev headlines? I don't think so. Probably nothing interesting for Rev till there's either a buyout offer on the table or they move into the next omnibus hearing, which is in November. It's this month. End of this month? When are you releasing your only calves on the Jimmy Marketplace? Asking for a friend. I'll let you know, Glider. Don't worry. Have you positioned for top earnings tomorrow, just as I have? I have not. No. I kind of want to now, though. I heard Elon Musk is going to buy Revlon and transform it into the next Amazon. Oh, that's awesome. Maybe they could do a line of like eyeshadows based on Tesla's paint colors. Or like maybe they could get Revlon to develop the anus bleaching pen included in every Cybertruck. Revlon's first new product line would be not a flamethrower or makeup remover. Musk smell success. Greg, I've had it with this market. Can I just buy calls on your port? No, unfortunately. Cybertramp body wash. If AMD beats again, do you wear an I Love Lisa Sue hat tomorrow? I wish I had an I Love Lisa Sue hat. You know what I really wish I had? An I Love Lisa Sue romper. Like pajama romper. But made out of like t-shirt material. Like jersey. Real thin. And then I would attend all the AMD shareholder meetings. Could we by far out of the money calls on your port? The product names would just be their SKU numbers of Elon, if Elon bought Rev. I thought that's what he named his children after. Never have I questioned your sexuality more than after that sentence. Listen, I don't want to show up to the shareholders meeting and Lisa Sue can't see my package, right? It's part of the advertising. It depends on who's shipping it, Roberto Gamma. SPX has assumed the aggressive pre-FOMC barcoding pattern. Yes. Button up or zipper? Overall latch. So one piece. Actually, all one piece. No zipper. Just kind of like suspender. They go over the shoulders. I've thought about this a lot. How do you get in? Through the top. Halter moo. It's a romper, not a moo. 3-inch leg. Overall romper? Kind of, yeah. No footies. I'm sure you will, champ. Bitcoin going to 10K. If I could hope so. Why Upstart so low? Why not? It's really not that low. I mean, it's just like a little lower than it was yesterday. Five has never had to go to the bathroom in a romper, and it shows. All right, listen. I'll just go to the bathroom before. Also, guys have more of an advantage with that. Yeah, like you can just walk right up to the urinal and go out one of the leg holes. No mess. That's what we all say, and then you drink and fuck. Oh, I'm not gonna drink at the AMD shareholder meeting. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of Lisa Sue. TQQQ calls? I mean, whatever floats your boat, man. Romper equals terrible access. Not true at all. You just grab on either side of the seam and rip. Having to give away your clothes to people you'll probably never see again, that's another issue. You buy more than one. When worn by a dude, it's called a romp him. Dumb. I'm poor and only have enough for one romper. Fair. I understand you being more careful if you have a limited inventory. Amazon below 1 trillion. Still too expensive. I'm bad at investing, and I only have one romp, like sad trombone. Fair. Fubo fair value? It's cheap. Wait, what is its fair value? What do you mean by fair value? It's a really loose term. Fubo's like book value? I'm not sure with the updated earnings, but roughly around $3.30 a share, something like that. It's trading pretty close to there or slightly below. With the reduction in SG&A and better subscribership, I would expect them to trade possibly at an actual multiple. Fubo 350 weekly put is $20 premium. I mean 20 cents premium? Hi, you have a good day. Me too. Thanks. Oh, it hasn't been bad. Thank you for asking, JC. Are we early on Fubo? By we, I mean Gurk. If, well, no. But I think Fubo's very well priced right now. Oh, man. Plan to DCA and some more of the 4100s that we bought. You mean that I bought? Not today. I was kind of hoping for an opportunity to pick up some 3900s, but given that we haven't fallen below 3850, that's not happening. I used up all my energy making a bunch of money on SPX today. Sorry, guys. That took it out of me. I'm exhausted now. Spent, if you will. Ugh. Do you prefer streaming, working in the winter or the summer? I don't know. I just do it every day. I don't know what season it is outside. How much did you make? Like 100x or like 2x 100%ed like was it like six contracts or 7 contracts? I can't remember. No, I mean like 6 grand or something like that. And then I was like, I really don't want to touch the SPX for the rest of the day. But then I bought $7,000 worth of 4100 calls. I'm tired. Fuck you. It was hot. I know. What's for dinner? I'm probably not gonna eat today. Those aren't the 11th. Those are the 18th. But yeah, they're just like a little hedge. In case we get another like pre-market pop. Which I feel like is not happening, but like you have stopped eating and sleeping. I don't feel good, but are you making more money? Caught late yesterday, early AM GME volatility. Sold 11 4CCs at just above my cost for 50 cents. Yesterday closed for 7 cents. Thanks for teaching us how to make money, Greg. Fuck yeah, dude, that's awesome. Are you dieting? No, I am not. Well, fix that part. If you were served an individual savory pie for a main course at a dinner party, would that be delightful or uncouth? I believe it would be delightful. Savory pies are the best pies. I'm no expert, but is that not a rounded bottom on Upstart? Where's the Volkswagen chart so I can show him where he is? Jimmy not running to 30? Doesn't fucking look like it. It could be that giant fucking wall of puts that is unrelentingly keeping the price from rising. Vupst may begin? Oh. So let me get this straight. I buy shares, price goes up, happy face. Sell CCs, hopefully near top. Collect premium, more happy face if not assigned. Mom, I'm doing stock market stuff. Yeah, look at you, buying low and selling high. Yeah, thank God for Linux's prediction of being up 12% today. I don't know what my covered calls would have done without that. Sounds like crime to me. Yeah, probably. As far as football goes, does it matter the date they expire? Or do they accomplish the same thing regardless of the expiration date as far as the today goes? Yeah, I mean, their effect now is irrelevant to their expiration. This stream is so boring. Well, some days the market doesn't do fun shit. That's part of the deal. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I don't really have much to say about anything. FOMC meeting tomorrow, 2 p.m. That'll probably be the decider for the market direction over the next several days. At least until the CPI prints and tells the Fed they fucked up. Upstart taking a little hit today with some negative news out of their 8K, although I'm not really sure how negative it was. SPY mostly channel locked by delta neutral positioning. GME climbing up a little bit with CNS into close, but it looks like it died off. I'm not sure that put enough calls in the money for it to see any after hours price action, but people are still needlessly bullish, and as weekly options get cheaper, expect them to YOLO in hard one more time with all the money they didn't lose on Monday. So be aware of that. Uh, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, roughly near market open.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.